Let's see. Does it show me live? Come on. It doesn't show me live. That's...
Cyber,
oh, there we
I
go.
don't even live in the Middle East.
Nope, it's...
Armenia's European.
Are we live on Twitch?
And live in the Middle East.
Yep, we're live on Twitch. What is going on
is
with...
that what my voice sounds?
Yes, that's what your Armenian inferior voice sounds like.
Fuck.
Now it shows us on YouTube. Okay, again, you can go to Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube to see all the stuff. Look, okay, quick recap on the stuff with Alex. So, wanted to start off with, we'll get to the things that led up to it afterwards, but to begin with, they try to disarm him. One of the officers yells, "Gun, gun, gun, he's got a gun." Army, I boosted the audio in one of the videos earlier. He very clearly states he's got a gun. That same officer, because he's yelled at, causes two other officers to draw their firearms. As a result, they are now positioned in a defensive posture to where they can fire if they need to. That officer who yelled gun, though, grabs the gun, maintains positive control of the weapon, disarms Alex, and walks away with the gun and doesn't tell a single person. He doesn't say, "Hey guys, I got the gun. Hey guys, disarm." He doesn't say anything. And then as he's walking away, he fires it. Granted, we don't know how it fired, but we can see very clearly in the photos that it fired. Doesn't help that it was a SIG P320, which has known to have some negligent discharge issues. But we can see that it's in his hand. It fires. You see the slide go to the rear. You see his hand bounce back. You hear the shot. And then in response, the other officers begin firing. By the way, the officer in green is a fucking moron for a multitude of reasons. Because not only did he shoot the guy who's unarmed on the ground, he almost shoots his partner who's behind the target. And then he almost shoots his partner in the face that's right to his left. And they still didn't even mention anything about confiscating the weapon until after the fact. So they disarmed a man, didn't announce it, and shot him based on the preconceived notion that he was the one that fired that shot, even though he wasn't.
You know what's crazy about this is that no one's going to get indicted either.
I think they will, because I think, first of all, it's fucking stupid and pointless that, like, people within the administration are saying, "Oh, well, they're immune." I don't give a fuck if you're the vice president or fucking what's her fucking name, Gnome. That doesn't fucking matter. You're not the judge. You're not the jury. You don't get to decide if someone's immune or what the fuck they can and can't do. That's not how this shit works. It's not how it fucking works. The man was lawfully carrying his concealed carry weapon. And also the whole fucking thing of Trump. Like, hey, what was... I think I've got a screenshot of it. Where's... Oh, yeah. This fucking stupid bullshit. He had a gun. Only criminals carry guns on our streets. We need law and order. I guess I'm a criminal now because I, as an American in a constitutional carry state, regularly carry my firearm on me. I am now a criminal, according to our president.
You are. You foreign mercenary in Ukraine.
I mean, I'm a criminal according to Putin.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, the lies so blatantly like he approached the officer with the gun. Yeah, he didn't approach shit. The woman who was next to him was causing problems. She gets shoved to the ground, and he goes, "Hey, what the fuck?" And then he gets pushed, maced, and the fucking mace didn't do shit to him. And the officer's like, well, clearly I need to beat this man in the face with this can of mace because it did nothing to him. As someone who voted Trump... Yes, no, that he really did say that. This is an actual fucking Truth Social post from Trump. This is an actual Truth Social post from Trump.
Isn't he back on Twitter? Why can't he just post on X like a normal person?
I mean, at that point, we're going to get like Kanye level schizo posting. Let's be real here. I don't understand. SIG definitely should. Dude, I have a feeling what it's going to come down to is I have a feeling the administration may actually admit to fault on a lot of the stuff, but they're going to try and unironically pin it on SIG. They're going to say that that pistol went off on its own, which resulted in the subsequent firing of shots. I don't think that they're going to they're going to try to get around responsibility in any way possible. ICE training has to be like a video at this point. No, it's actually like the proper training is like 22 weeks of training. Because I want to see that. Wait, you want to see what, Cyber? There needs to be self-accountability. This blame game is so childlike. Can I come up and explain? I mean, yeah, if the fucking guest request works for you. I don't know what's going on. For some reason, the guest requests aren't working, I guess. Again, guys, if you guys want to watch this on the other platforms that aren't fucking scuffed, if TikTok's pretty fucked right now, go to the link tree in my bio, go to Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and you can watch there. I need you to request it. I sent you the guest request. I'm sending the guest request right now. And it's just auto fucking getting rid of it. All right. Invite sent. This is so weird. Sam, where can I send you a link on one of the angles? I mean, you could go to my Twitter and send it to me, but I've already seen pretty much every angle of it. Yeah, so it's telling me that you're auto decline. It's saying you're auto declining the invite, Cyber. This is weird. Allow requests from viewers. Allow requests from followers only. Okay, now let's do allow requests from viewers. Let's try it again. Let's see if it works. I didn't even like the other shoot. It's probably legal. I just think viewing the drivers for is bad policy. The other one, Jiu-Jitsu, I would classify that kind of like if you've ever seen the YouTuber Donut Operator. He has a thing called awful but lawful. It's awful. It's fucking shitty that it happened, but technically lawful by the books. Nick used like 90% of his live last night to discuss that incident. It was very informative. I did like that most of last night, and TikTok fucked me in the ass. Working on my global affairs degree right now with a focus on Europe. Nice. Enjoy reading books about things that have been going on with geopolitics in Europe for like the last 30 years and realize that, like, from the European perspective, nothing has changed in 30 years. But from the outside world's perspective, everything has changed. Yeah, I couldn't watch your live because TikTok went down for me. I'm sorry. You can try watching on the other platforms, though. Where the fuck is digital? I'm going to tell him, get in, loser. We're talking shootings. I'll send you a link on TikTok. I probably won't be able to see it on TikTok. Probably just send it to me on Twitter. If you there should be a link tree here on my YouTube. Since you're in the YouTube chat, you should be able to get the link here as well, to take you to my Twitter, and just DM it to me there. I'm losing faith in Trump. Well, I've never had faith in him. Now, I mean, I had a little bit of faith in him in 2016 because I was like, you know what, fuck it, let's shake things up. Everything fucking sucks already. Let's try this. That didn't work out too well. Let's see, message requests. What the fuck? Spam. Give her that spam. Spam. Report. Block. Get out of my DMs, whoever the fuck that is, with your African cancer scam. Why anyone had faith in Trump was beyond me. Well, to be fair, when I wanted him to just fucking shake things up in 2016 because I was already so disenfranchised and pissed off with how everything was. Twitter doesn't work for me because I can't message you from an unverified account. Ah, fuck. Yeah, you can try it on Instagram. Instagram should work.
Were you a Democrat in 2016? Before that?
Nope. Guest request box isn't even up. You might have to just restart your app. Can you guys even see that Army? We've got arm. How do you say it? Arm Yan? Is that what you said it was supposed to be?
Yeah.
You should just get rid of the AN at this point. It's just Army.
You can just comment, no, because the AN is the key to it. Because the YAN is all of our minions' last names.
Yeah, but when you're on lives on panels, it fucking cuts it at like Army.
Mm-hmm.
Awful but lawful is dumb. Please, it's not really, if we're talking about the Renee Good case, because what it's going to come down to in court is two things: reasonable understanding of lawful detainment and the criteria being met for use of lethal force. Send you link in Insta. So when it comes to the Renee Good case, I would recommend watching Angry Cop's video on it. He does very good coverage on it, covering everything, including the 911 logs. But it basically goes down the line of the two things that are in court are going to be, oh yeah, also, yeah, everyone do try to update your app. I don't know if that'll help. The two things that are going to come down in court for the Renee Good case is, could a reasonable person in her position reasonably ascertain that they are being lawfully detained? So we have the pretext of she was there on purpose to interfere with ICE. She announced it. There's videos of her there 20-30 minutes prior. The officers come up to her, identify themselves with their lights and their uniforms. They give her the lawful command to step out of her vehicle. At that time, she's lawfully detained. A reasonable person in that position should be able to ascertain, I am lawfully detained. I am not able to leave this. I am not lawfully allowed to leave. At that point, that is the precursor that allows the next action. And the problem that comes with that is a lot of people go, oh, well, he shouldn't have shot because the vehicle only just barely touched him, or it didn't hit him, or it was almost going to hit him. Like, wasn't going to hit him that hard, which sets a very dangerous precedent of, okay, well, let's say it didn't hit him that hard. How hard does a vehicle have to hit someone for you to be authorized to use deadly force? The law is going to come down to, could a person in his position reasonably be in fear of life or safety? That's all it's going to come down to.
Wait.
Did they identify themselves to her? Yes. Even if they didn't identify themselves to her verbally, she knew who they were. She had announced that she was there to stop them. They came up in unmarked vehicles and marked vehicles. They displayed their lights and sirens, and they got out of their vehicles in uniform and gave her a lawful command. They have properly identified themselves. Again, the whole thing of, oh, well, they didn't have like full uniforms, that goes out the window, given the pretext of she admitted she was there to block ICE and interfere with ICE. That completely goes out the window when you look at her post history and even the 911 logs showing that she was there intentionally to do that. Eridon. Or egregious bodily harm. Yeah, that's just another way of wording it.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh, you fucking suck. Hold on.
Do you want me to tell Digital to come from Fob's life?
Sure.
Okay.
What the fuck? Ooh. That was, oh boy. That's an interesting video. Irene sent me some videos. Okay. I have already seen this view, Irene. Yeah, I already saw this video, but I already know that they took his gun off of him. We can see that in the other videos. Okay, but it's unreasonable for an agent to shoot a driver if he believes the vehicle is driving towards him. Not necessarily. Now, if the vehicle is fleeing and the person is actively driving away, then it's unreasonable. But you are authorized to use deadly force if someone is actively trying to launch their vehicle towards you. That is not an unreasonable thing. Are you telling me that if you're standing there and someone just fucking hits the gas, that you're not going to be in fear of life or safety? Like, that's what it comes down to. A reasonable person in that position would be in fear for life or safety, or, as someone put it, bodily harm. Deadly force is authorized. Pick your brain on the latest ICE review? Sure, if it even lets you. Oh, at least I see you in the guest request. Let's try this. Okay, it might let you up. We'll see. Come on. Come on. Holy shit, it worked. Can you actually hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Okay, there. Perfect. Holy shit, someone was able to get on the panel.
So I've been listening to you for about 1.5 years now,
Mhm.
off and on, and you
Mhm.
seem to be a pretty level-headed, kind of more right-leaning but middle of the road kind of guy, right?
Yeah,
From my guess.
basically conservative, more socially liberal, registered
Okay.
Republican.
So Have you been going around this app the last couple days, and with this latest pew pewing of this guy, and fellow quote unquote conservatives literally acting like the crazy uh not crazy, but like the Democrats that want to
I've
ban weapons and
I've
all
I've
that.
seen a lot of people acting crazy with it on both sides, and I have seen
I don't
I've seen some very conservative people double down on it at all costs. Like
I'm
there's
just
people saying, "Oh, he had a second gun." No, he didn't. No one ever said he did. ICE didn't say he had a second gun, and if he did, they would have said that. He had a fucking cell phone in his hand.
um
Don't stand in
because
front of a running vehicle. Yeah, the Dexter's one. When you are lawfully ordered out of a vehicle, it doesn't matter if your vehicle is running. You are lawfully ordered out of the vehicle. The officer can stand wherever the fuck he wants.
my thing is right,
Mhm.
and is what I'm hearing is, well, the guy had two full magazines. Okay.
I carry 4. That's my response. I carry 4. What about it?
I mean, I exactly, and then I didn't know that Trump put only criminals carry weapons on our streets. Like
Yeah.
that's a lefty.
Remember though, he's also the one that banned bump stocks, and
Well,
he agreed to red flag laws. He literally
did
agreed
he?
to red. Yeah. No, there was
Oh, I didn't know
I
that.
can't remember which shooting it was, but there was people and associated with the victims that came out and were speaking to him, and he was agreeing with red flag laws, saying take the guns and investigate later.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, because I was a Trump supporting guy, and and it's like you can, like with the Renee Good pew pewing, like, was it lawful? Yeah. Did
Yep.
In my opinion, did she FAFO? Sure.
Kinda. But
And then you can,
but that's besides the point too. Like it doesn't even matter at that point.
well, but then you hear, oh well, this guy was a criminal. He was just going around. How is he? He
Yeah, no, this
he
dude was minding his own business. People are just making up narratives on stuff. I've even people go, oh well, what about the video beforehand? I agree, context and videos is important. I've seen the videos of him before this altercation. Dude was literally just standing there, keeping his mouth shut, filming.
That's what I'm saying. He was using his First Amendment protected right and his second, and he was lawfully, legally carrying. And I do believe, I don't know if this is true or not, but he also had a concealed carry permit as well.
He did.
He not?
He had a concealed carry permit. Also, officers need a local reason to remove you from the car. Local reason is literally not a thing. That is not a legal term. That's not a law enforcement term. That's literally not a thing. ICE officers are allowed to detain U.S. citizens under certain circumstances. One of those circumstances being obstruction of law enforcement operations. So when she is part of a group, when Renee Good is part of a group that says, hey, our entire goal is to interfere with ICE, and they post, hey, we know ICE is here, so we're going to show up and we're going to stop them, and there's an entire crowd of people filming her car from that group, because the whole claim of, oh, she was just pulling out of her driveway, that was bullshit. She knew she was there for it. She announced she was there for it. She posted she was there for it. She was there to interfere with the ICE operations while blocking a one-way, or not a one-way. She was partially blocking the street. Doesn't matter if some cars got around her. Doesn't matter if she only blocked part of the street. The fact of the matter is she was obstructing the roadways intentionally to obstruct ICE operations. That is what allows them to lawfully detain her. Host doesn't know why he's talking about. Sure. The irony. Why would you stand in front of a running vehicle with your training? Because not every department trains not to do that, and that's not a standard thing. Some departments do. It's all case by case. But if you're standing there trying to order someone out of a vehicle, and you want to make sure, hey, I'm signaling you don't get to drive this way, get out of your vehicle, sometimes people do stand in front of the vehicles. That is just a thing that happens. You defend the recent killing as well? No, not this recent one. The breakdown on this one is here. From start to finish, Alex is minding his own fucking business filming. Woman to the side of him is being an annoying jackass, but still not doing anything wrong. ICE officer goes up, pushes her to the ground. Alex goes, hey, what the fuck? He gets pushed. Then he gets maced. The mace doesn't fucking work. ICE agent decides to fucking thwomp him in the face multiple times with the can of mace. Doesn't do anything. He then gets fucking dogpiled by 6 officers. One of the officers yells, gun, gun, he's got a gun, gun, gun. That causes 2 officers to draw their weapons. That officer who originally yelled gun disarms him, doesn't tell the other officers that he has now taken possession of Alex's gun, doesn't say a goddamn word, and then fucking skedaddles with the gun and fires it into the ground behind the other officers. He NDs that weapon. Now, whether his finger was on the trigger or whether it was SIG being a SIG and the P320 went off, because that's what they do, we don't know yet. But we can see that the pistol goes off. Alex's gun, we see it in the agent's hand go off. We see the slide go back. We see the pistol recoil. We see all of that happen as a response, because the last thing the other officers heard, who just drew their weapons, is gun, gun, he's got a gun. That was the last thing they heard. They fire. One of them almost hitting two other officers. So they disarmed the man, didn't announce that they had disarmed the man, fire his own pistol when it's not in his possession, which causes the other officers to fire. There's an unlawful shooting.
So I have a question. Do you think the state, because I'm sure Minnesota has a negligent discharge within the city limits. I'm sure they have some law like that. Do you think the state could press charges on the ICE officer if they really wanted to?
I mean, you could, but it'd be weird how to go, because it's a federal, or because it's a federal agency, everything's going to be handled a lot differently. But also, it's going to depend on if his finger was actually on that trigger. That's the weird part, is in the videos, if you get the still frames, it doesn't look like his finger's on the trigger, but you do see the gun go off. Now, people say, well, it can't go off unless your finger's on the trigger. This was a custom-made SIG P320. SIG P320s have a massive problem with going off on their own. SIG will deny it tooth and nail to their last dying breath, but they do have a problem going off.
Okay, because I also heard that, was it the Navy or the Air Force stopped using them because there was like 110 misfires because of it just randomly.
There was an incident of an Air Force security guard having one fired into his chest, and the guys on post said it went off on its own. That turned out to be them actually fucking around with the pistol. That was their own fault. But there are documented cases within the military and in plenty in the civilian world of SIG P320 specifically just going off on their own. It's a design. It's a fault in the design of the pistol itself. There's not any other SIG models that we're aware of that have that problem. It is specifically the P320.
Oh, because that's good to find out, because that was going to be my next purchase, actually.
Don't buy a P320. I mean, I carry a 365X with an extended magazine and 4 extra extended magazines on me at all times, and a tourniquet. Okay. Because if you're gonna carry a weapon, you better be prepared to fucking fix someone. Why are the agents wearing masks? Generally, they look more like robbers than agents. Well, the reason a lot of people wear masks is because of things like doxing. There are people who will go, even if it weren't for the whole stuff going on with ICE. There are people who have such a disdain for law enforcement, no matter who they are or what job they have, just law enforcement, period. They will go out of their way to dox police officers and try to cause them harm or harm to their families. That is an actual thing. And no way the guy was trying to retain that pistol. There's no way he got it that way. No, Jiu-Jitsu, the officer in gray, if you watch the videos, the officer in gray, the one who calls out that there's a gun, takes the gun. He gains positive control of the weapon and walks away with it. He grabs the gun off of Alex out of his holster. Alex has both his hands in front of him holding his cell phone. Alex did not reach for his weapon. He did not have it in his hands. He had his cell phone.
And wasn't his weapon in the middle of his back too, like holstered?
I can't see positively on that. It's a little bit blurry on all the videos, so it's very hard to see where it is. You could see the officer who ends up getting it reach both to the back and to his front. So I'm still trying to figure out where they're going to claim he had the holster. But the fact remains is his weapon was holstered. There's no confirmation that he reached for it. You can't see him reach for it at all. He was legally authorized to have it. They took it off of him. His weapon fired, not in his possession, and the other officers then fired.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If anything, this should they should be charged. He did nothing wrong.
Sent you the guest invite, Jiu-Jitsu. I don't know if it'll work though. The lives
Jiu-Jitsu,
are pretty fucked. Guys, oh nope, it says auto declined. Hey, guys, if you're trying to get into the live and do all this stuff, try to either restart your app or do an update and see if it works. But share the live, guys. Tap the screen. We're at 15,000 likes. We can get that a lot higher. We got like almost 100 people in here. What he take out his gun with 4 fat pigs on his back. What? Nice short Anthony. What is going on? Shirt. Shirt? This is a fucking jacket.
Yeah, it's a pullover.
Can't y'all see it? No, it's not.
Oh.
This is the
Oh,
kind
it's
of
an
this is the
actual
kind of jacket.
jacket.
This is
Oh.
the kind of it's like a windbreaker that you would wear like under or over a plate carrier.
Okay.
There was a video from the sidewalk clearly showing Alex on all four while officers pull guns of Felix. But yeah, I'm well aware. We looked at all the videos yesterday. You see 23,000 likes? Ooh, I don't. Who's
Yeah, I
Dr.
see
Z?
24.
Damn little brother. Okay, Dad, I don't know if it's autocorrect sometimes you would just come here and spout random incoherent shit. Hello to the YouTube chat. The officer in front of me, but the officer who fired into his back saw his fellow officer move the pistol unless he's blind. Okay, the problem with that is you're applying what you see as in hindsight as knowing what the officer saw in that moment. The man had sunglasses on and his head was in a downward direction. We cannot definitively say, as a matter of fact, where he was and was not looking. We could say he could have been looking here, he could have been looking there. We don't know that. All we know is the man had sunglasses on, was looking down. Someone called gun. He may have tunnel visioned. He draws his pistol, and the next thing he knows, he hears a shot fired. He doesn't know where it comes from, but he assumes it's from the guy in front of him because the moron who took Alex's pistol didn't say a goddamn word. Dr. Z, hello, what's up?
How's it going? You okay?
Yeah.
Nice to be here.
TikTok's a little fucked tonight.
Yeah, it always brings joy to my heart to see a man with a lot of books, in the background. It's always good to read books, so I appreciate that. Look, guys, I'm from the Middle East. I'm a Kurd. I was born in America, and if I was given the choice of where to live at this moment right now, it would be America, because for all its flaws and for the many things that could be, more perfect, as it were, the rest of the world is becoming a nightmare. Okay, and this tragedy is a tragedy, but the truth is, America does need to be able to control itself. It needs to understand who's there, who's not there, what they're doing there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, as someone from the Middle East, it's very easy for these regimes to send thousands and thousands of their informants and agents through and to destabilize Western democracies. It's very easy for these things to happen. I don't think we know better than the American government and intelligence services. I think they have a job to do. They've clearly come up with some conclusions or projections that they're worried about. And I think that is why America is being hard on illegal immigrants, partly, and also on the issue of Greenland and the need to protect its surroundings, and also Maduro, and the fact that he was a big problem when he was constantly supporting the Iranian regime. He was about to allow thousands of their henchmen to come into the country. America doesn't want that in their backyard. They don't want the Iranian regime to be toppled and then end up in Venezuela. So these are realities. We live in the real world, and we don't have to like it. But unfortunately, it's the ugly truth. And there are many bad things happening, and America's trying to deal with it. Now, the problem is America, whatever they do, they're blamed. They get involved, they're blamed. They don't get involved, they're blamed. I mean, I don't know what the world wants.
Damned
honestly.
if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah. So we need to understand that we are not the ones who know better than all the experts combined, whose job it is every day to collect the intelligence and to draw up projections and conclusions and so on. That's the reality. If I was this gentleman, frankly, I wouldn't have gotten involved. I think he was a nurse. He was maybe trying to help, but he was carrying a weapon. That is obviously a cause for alarm in a situation like that. It's a security threat, risk.
No, I disagree there. He was following his constitutional right with the Second Amendment, and he was licensed to carry it. If you watch the videos beforehand too, he wasn't involved in any of this stuff. He was just standing there recording. The woman next to him who was causing issues got yelled at and got pushed, and he kind of turns and goes like, "Hey, what the fuck?" And then they push him. The ICE agents dragged him into the scenario. He was just standing there recording on his phone.
So the ICE agents then need better training. They need to be maybe selected better. I think there's problems there, the filtering process, and so on. So the monitoring, the supervision. So that's I think a problem. I agree with that. I just think that America has huge challenges ahead. We're dealing with complex issues with AI, with China, with Russia, with the Middle East, which is a nightmare of a place, with one regime toppling another. So we need to be realistic. And if people do want their freedoms and liberties, what I'm sick and tired of, I'll be honest with you, is seeing far too many people who enjoy living in the West and benefit from its democracy and liberty, and then complain about it all the time. That's what, and there's a huge young population in parts of Europe and beyond who are becoming a big problem in that sense. Their mentality, their worldview, and they will eventually replace the next generation, and their ideology is a disaster for democracy.
You see a lot of that. You see a lot of people. It's like, I hate the West, but I'm gonna enjoy the West. Okay, then fucking leave. But to answer real quick, excuse me. Diderot said, "Why do you have so much UA stuff?" Other than the fact that I've had a connection to the war in Ukraine since 2000, I've had friends in Ukraine since 2008. I was my friends' lives got upturned in 2014 during the first invasion. After I got out of the military in 2022, I saved up some money in vacation time, and I went to Ukraine voluntarily on my own money, own equipment, own supplies, everything. And I went to the front lines voluntarily to train Ukrainian soldiers with a group called Trident Defense Initiative, where we trained Ukrainian units for free in all sorts of tactics and everything, and classes, all sorts of shit. So that is why I have a lot of Ukraine stuff. You can't request still, Coach. Dude, I don't know what's going on, Coach. I'm even inviting people to come up, and it's showing that, like, it's being auto-declined. I have no idea what's going on.
There are some glitches happening on TikTok at the moment.
So I am sorry if I missed it. In your opinion, was Alex in the wrong? No, he didn't do a goddamn thing wrong. He was lawfully there. He was legally allowed to be there. He was licensed to carry his firearm. He did not brandish the firearm. It was concealed in a proper legal manner in accordance with the certification classes he took. He did nothing. I'll say this, he was a fucking boss when it came to them fucking macing him, because they maced him and that man just fucking stood there like nothing happened.
Yeah, I think as a nurse, he felt compelled to help, I suppose, people who might have been injured and so on. It is chaotic, but it is necessary, believe me, guys. There are many bad things happening around the world, and the privilege that we have in the West is being eroded, and people can't have it both ways. You just can't have your cake and eat it. There are some ugly truths out there that need to be dealt with. And I think my suspicion is that America is worried that there are probably a large number of anti-American agents and informants representing probably Iran and other regimes that have infiltrated the country. Okay? I'm not sure if
they don't even have to be agents. They don't even have to be agents.
They're just people. You're right.
Yeah.
They're families. They could be your neighbor. I'll be honest with you. There was a point at which I suspected a family who lived next door to me. And I'm Middle Eastern myself, right? Things didn't add up. And they were from Iran, and, their story and their whole narrative. And it could happen. And I live in the UK. What I'm saying is that I'm not sure this is all about Mexicans and this, that, and the other. I think this is bigger than that. But the truth is, you have to occasionally give the government and the intelligence services the benefit of the doubt. America is a democracy. No matter how people look at it, you can critique the hell out of it, but people vote. People vote for their leaders. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like the outcome or the system. People vote in a huge country, which is unparalleled. There are no other examples of that. So the reality is there are things happening, and America's security is paramount, and they have a right to keep things secure. That's it. End of story. And if you look at the Middle East now, the hell that America is dealing with, and I don't even blame America. The fact they have to go along with this fiasco in Syria and pretend that they actually support this new tyrant tells you how America's hands are tied. and they're damned if they do and damned if they don't. Because the entire reason they're doing that, by the way, it's not because they really trust or respect or value that guy, Joe Lani, whatever his name is. It's because in the region, Turkey, which is a major power and NATO ally, has decided that that is the only thing they're going to accept because of their anti-Kurdish sentiments and their constant desire to suppress any kind of Kurdish unity or independence.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
America deals with things.
I've worked at a governmental level, being inside meetings and advisory roles, doing stuff, dealing with the stuff going on in Syria after the revolution. And I mean, fuck, we all know that Turkey, basically, everyone was like, "Oh my God, America did this," and Turkey was like, "Nope, that was us. Proudly, this was us. We did this."
True.
But like, the problem is, America is trying to get everyone to get along over there right now, regardless of what we've done in the past. But the problem is, people in the government don't really know how to do that. And I'll give you frame of reference here. And this is going to be either shocking or not shocking in the slightest to a lot of Americans in the chat here. So when you look at your congressional members and your elected representatives, like your congressmen, congresswomen, your senators, and all that stuff, they've got a team of assistants or aides and staffers working for them. Some of them are like their foreign aid assistant or their fucking domestic policy assistant, all that stuff. Most of those people are 22, 23-year-old kids straight out of college with a degree that don't know how the real fucking world works. So when I had meetings, sometimes. So when I had a meeting with these staffers who wanted to bounce ideas off of industry experts, advisors like myself, and wanted to bring it to their representative to present on the House floor, I asked them what their plan was for Syria, and they said they wanted to build a new Paris in the Middle East, kind of like we had in Lebanon, but now they want to do it in Syria. They want a cooperation between Turkey, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and Israel. Well, how do they do that? And I said, okay, well, what's your game plan? They said, well, we were hoping that if we just give Jelani enough money, he'll be nice. And I said, are you fucking kidding me? Do you not know anything about the history of the Middle East? When has just giving money to a terrorist ever fucking worked? They genuinely, these are 22, 23-year-old kids giving the policy suggestions to the politicians that don't know a goddamn thing about the region or what's gone on there in the past. Like, it's insane to me.
Yes. Can I add to this before I leave? You know, I appreciate your live, by the way. I'll keep listening. Look, guys, I'm a Kurd. I'm very disappointed, bitterly disappointed at what's happening in Syria. But I don't blame America, as many people do, because the truth is they're dealing with some very ugly characters and ugly forces. And they are trying to find an equilibrium that works. And sadly, I don't think there is an easy answer here. I don't think there will ever be an equilibrium or a balance, because they have to wash their hands of one group or the other. Jolani is not respected by America. They don't trust him. They don't value him. It's all for show. But it is for the sake of Turkey, the major power there, that they're doing this, because they are obsessed with ensuring that there's never any kind of Kurdish kind of self-determination or autonomy or unity. So they are now in a situation where they're doing something with their hands tied, the Americans, because of Turkey's insistence and the need to satisfy Turkey as a major power in that region.
Turkey doesn't give a fuck about any of their allies either, whether it be NATO or anyone else. Turkey just wants what's best for Turkey, and they don't give a fuck. Like the things that America says we're about, where everyone says like, "Oh, America first, America only." Turkey's actually about that shit. Turkey will abandon anyone that doesn't meet their interests until they conveniently do.
Their own people included. And you know what else? I said this many times. I said Turkey is willing to torch all of Syria for the sake of ensuring that Kurds never have any power there. So that's what's happening now, because I'm not
sure they'll never succeed.
People, and I'm not sure that the Syrian people fought for this, right? We've got Alawis, Kurds, we've got Christians, we've got Druze, we've got many people.
Of the fighters, you've got a lot of. Here's one of the big concerns with Jelani right now is whether he actually has command over his forces or not. Is because a lot of his fighters now in the last few weeks are openly realigning. We knew a lot of them were already previously ISIS aligned. A lot of them are now openly espousing their support for ISIS again, coming out doing propaganda videos, reciting things from ISIS leaders, and that's a big concern. Are they doing this under his orders? Is he allowing this? Is he not allowing this, and he can't rein them in? There's all sorts of shit to get into this. Also, free Kurdistan, by the way. I had some friends that fought with the YPG and everything, fucking in the Peshmerga. Great dudes.
You know, I want to say one last thing about what you said, right? This guy is not in control. Okay, Turkey probably thought he could be in control. they told America that he'll be in control. These forces, some of the evil things that I have seen, right? Inhuman, indignant things that I've seen them doing on clips and videos. Literally, it changes you. And it reminds you that there is extreme brutality out there, to the extent that we in the rest of the West, in the civilized part of the world, need to be very, not just thankful, but we really need to remind ourselves and be mindful of the fact that we have privilege here. Privilege to critique and to constantly complain and moan about everything and still live here. So let's be thankful, because the bigger picture is what's important here. And America is not the enemy. America is trapped between a rock and a hard place, and they're trying to do what they think is best all the time, the optimum. And that is always going to mean people will suffer, sadly, because the alternative is even worse than that. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming
I
up.
wish you well. Condolences to the family of that poor nurse who got caught up in that situation, and I wish you all well.
Yeah,
Take care.
Have a good night. Also to Dexterous One in Twitter chat, I appreciate you being factual in. Goddamn, I can't read that monitor. Appreciate you being factual in what we've been able to see. I am sad to see so many Americans believe the lies coming from the White House, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are just on that double down on the White House and Trump, no matter what, even if it's right in front of their eyes. It's ridiculous how delusional some people are. But like I make it known. I like to point out that like when I'm doing my lives or when I'm talking on panels and stuff, I make a difference between when I'm giving facts and analyzing stuff and doing my job as a professional versus when I'm giving my opinion on stuff. Like, I don't hide my biases on anything. I admit that I am right-leaning. I am a registered Republican, but I am disenfranchised with how my party is and how everything's gone. Like, let me put this into perspective for those that don't know. I'm currently trying to run for Congress in Texas. I'm trying to oust a 31-year-old nepotism baby that quite literally has never had a job in his entire life. This is a 31-year-old man whose dad is rich and best friends with the incumbent, the 70-year-old Republican that didn't do a goddamn thing in the seat, and also really good friends with Trump. This dude's only endorsement the entire campaign until after he got elected was from Trump. He didn't have any endorsements from Texas. He's literally never had a job, ever. His first job in his entire life as a 31-year-old man is now a congressman. That is fucking insane. And now we've got shit where he's not doing anything for the people of the district. He's not keeping any of the promises he made. And we're having eminent domain declared on fucking properties left and right on houses that nobody was even consulted about, projects that were pre-approved without the knowledge of even the people who lived on the land they planned those projects for. This is fucking ridiculous. I had an opportunity to get a bunch of investors who are going to help me with my campaign finances. They asked me a bunch of questions. They liked what I was talking about. They liked my ideas. They liked my policies and everything, and my outputs or my outlooks on things. And then it came down to the important question: how do you feel about Trump? And I told them that I was not going to idealize a man because he's the party leader. I'm not going to suck his dick because he's in charge of the country. I'm going to do the right thing as an American. I'm going to criticize him when he does stuff wrong, and I'm going to praise him when he does stuff right because he's my president and I want him to succeed, but that doesn't mean he's immune from criticism. They didn't like that. Immediately pulled out support. Pulled out support. Because I wasn't willing to fall in party lines. And that's fucking ridiculous. Also, the people asking about how Second Amendment people feel about this bullshit, it's fucking pissing me off. When I, as someone who fucking really enjoys my fucking right to carry, it really pisses me off when my president says he had a gun. Only criminals carry guns on our streets. We need law and order. I guess I'm a fucking criminal now. I, who lawfully carries my weapon in a constitutional carry state. By the way, I carry 4 magazines on me. I know this guy only had 2. I carry 4. I guess I'm a fucking criminal now.
I carry 3, 2 spares and one loaded.
I have 1 loaded, round of the chamber, safety on, and 3 fully loaded mags, all of them extended.
Oh, see, I have 2 spares, so I need to up my game.
If you win, I'll move to Texas. Hey, you could just move here and vote for me. I don't think that's fraud if you moved here to vote for me. I'm a moderate and I'd vote for you for sure. Thank you. Trump literally flirts with left-wing policies. Yeah, like when he says things like, let's bring red flag laws, and he supports that. Yeah, I'm not okay with that. He didn't touch his
I didn't
firearm.
even-
Correct, Kat.
I didn't even know that he supported red flag laws.
Carrying is not the issue. Carrying while agitating and fighting federal agents is the issue. Here's the problem, Vax. He didn't fight with them. He was standing off to the side of someone else who was yelling at law enforcement. They went after that person and shoved that person to the ground. He looks over and goes like, hey, man, what the fuck? And then the federal officers engage him. He wasn't doing anything. He was standing there recording. And even if he was yelling, he's still lawfully allowed to carry his firearm per his concealed carry permit. He was within the law. Nothing says that I can't protest and voice my displeasure as a lawful abiding weapon carrying citizen. Nothing says that. And also, again, this whole claim of, well, he was trying to start problems and he was going to engage with them in violence. Like this one. Video shows Petty holding a phone, not a gun, while Trump administration claims he wielded a gun and planned violence against the officers. There is literally no proof of that whatsoever. Zero proof. They're literally making it the fuck up.
His hands weren't even anywhere near his pew-pew. They were on his phone recording.
Even
Okay,
social
you can waive
economical
traffic.
policies, yeah.
So wait, you can't wave your hand? Now that's a crime too?
No, she's defending Alex.
Okay.
True social post from Trump has been proven. What? As far as I know, I got the fucking what's it called? Internet Archive. I got it from the Internet Archive link. Even then, again, this is a president who is on video talked about I support red flag laws. What the fuck is that bullshit? Banning the bump stock. Excuse me, Mr. Pro Second Amendment. How are you doing this stuff while being pro Second Amendment? There's no proof he had a plan to engage and cause problems. Good grief, I'm sick of MAGA. Yeah, like I wouldn't even say that's MAGA. That's the problem. I've seen plenty of MAGA people go, "Ooh, this is really fucked up. This is really bad." The people I'm seeing say that stuff are not MAGA. It's the America only people, the isolationists, the fucking people that are. I must support the administration at all costs, even if it's not Trump himself. Digital, I saw you pop in. I don't know if guest requests are going to work, though. Let me see if I can bring you up.
And people would consider me MAGA, and I 100% do not agree with the Alex pew-pewing and any of that. So, and I'm actually cringing when I hear my fellow conservatives literally like, oh, well, he was protesting and he had a gun or a pew-pew and blah, blah, blah. And okay, that's his legal right. Was he legally carrying? Well,
Yep.
yeah. Did he have his CPL? Yeah. Okay, he did nothing wrong.
Yep. Hey, Kismet.
Hiya. You want to hear the view from the other side of the world?
Not really.
I mean, I'm kind of curious, but like, I already know, like, shit's fucked up. Scenario's fucking stupid. The officers involved are all fucking morons.
Yeah, they are. What's this with the $50,000 they get for joining up?
You don't. So it's the signing bonus that a lot of law enforcement agencies do. But it's not like you just get $50,000 for joining. Like, so a lot of police departments have it. Border Patrol has it. ICE has it. It's okay. You pass training. You get a little bit of the money, and then like after 2 years, you'll get your bonus, which is like maybe $40,000 to $50,000, and that's very individual. It's not always a guarantee, and it takes a long time to get. It's basically, hey, you passed your probationary period. Here's a signing bonus.
So why do you have to bribe people to be law enforcement?
It's just incentivizing different fields. One of the things in America is law enforcement, even when they don't do anything wrong, is so fucking frowned upon that people actively leave the field. So, like, good officers in states that aren't doing anything wrong are so villainized. Like, okay, so my father was a law enforcement officer for 30 years in California. My father was phenomenal in his career in law enforcement. Didn't do no fucking negative write-ups. Phenomenal rapport with the community. Absolute amazing person. But because he was a white law enforcement officer in California, there were people who would actively find my dad's profiles and try to dox us as a family, send my dad unaliving threats, say that he was the reason that racism existed, he hates black people, all this stuff, and actively threaten people's lives just because he is a white police officer. That disincentivizes people from joining law enforcement because of how critical things are. And when something does happen, especially if you're in a state that doesn't like law enforcement, you're not going to get support. You're going to be villainized. The story is going to be set against you no matter what it was. And a lot of people say, fuck that, I'm out. Like my dad and a lot of the officers from his department straight up retired and left. They were like, we can't take this. We're out. We're done.
Okay, sorry, I just find that pretty bizarre because, you know, in other countries, being in law enforcement is, you know, there are problems in other countries, but it's generally highly regarded and takes a lot of training.
Yeah, it usually is, but like depending on the environment you're in, it could even just be city or county based, not necessarily even state. Certain places treat law enforcement differently. Hang on.
And also, why do you have so many different law enforcement agencies? Like you've got city police, state police, county police,
Because
sheriffs.
we're so far spread out. America's a lot bigger and more spread out than people realize. It's like when people look at Australia, and a lot of people, how many times do you hear people talk about visiting Australia and they don't realize how far apart things are?
Yeah, true.
That's
but, you know,
like America. So you'll have your local city police for a
No, we
for a
don't.
city. No, I'm saying here. So you'll have your local city police for a police department for a city that has maybe 50,000 people, and you'll have like 5 guys on shift at a time. Then you've got maybe LA County, which within LA County, there's multiple different cities. Each of those cities has their own department, including the city of Los Angeles, which has its own police department. Then you have like Highway Patrol. Highway Patrol will only do stuff on the freeways, or State Patrol will do stuff on the highways and the freeways. It all depends on where it is, and because everything's so far spread out.
I know, but we're spread out too. Wouldn't it be more cost effective to just have state police and federal police like we have here?
No, because everyone has different rules and regulations in different regions. Like even different counties will have different laws and stuff.
But a county is like what I would call a council area.
Like multiple cities is one.
So, for example, in Melbourne, there's different councils, okay, which it does local government. But they don't actually have, they're to do with roads, rates, garbage collection, that kind of stuff, building permits. But when it comes to actually the laws of the land, there's the Victorian police, there's the Queensland police. So we only have state police and we have federal police for federal stuff.
Okay, so
Now,
like,
I know we're a smaller population, but we are the same size as continental USA.
cities within. Okay, so if we look at why is it all the goddamn tiny maps? So like within Los Angeles County, you've got like 10 different cities. That's the problem. And each of those cities may be massive. So when you go through the breakdowns, it's very hard for one group to cover all of that. Also, for the person that says the bonuses are incentives for agents to unalive innocent civilians, that's not how that works. Even the average moron in ICE doesn't have this is what I'm talking about. So this is a perfect example. There are people in certain states who believe with their wholeheartedly believe this, that the only reason people want to join law enforcement is to unalive someone. That is, they believe that with their whole heart, that there's no other reason, that no one could have good intentions when they join law enforcement. Couldn't be about protecting their community, couldn't be about upholding law, couldn't be about anything other than they just want to unalive people. So when someone says something like that, the bonuses are incentives for agents to unalive innocent civilians. That's not a thing. It's literally not a thing. Let me go through this real quick. Your president's a draft dodger. Correct. Takes away less training in the states. Blah blah. Blah. Hang on. That's ICE. All right, personal enforcement agency. Nothing lawful about its operational contract. Well, that's also not true, Little Fun Hunter. Hey, go ahead, Kismet.
Oh, okay, so I'm just going to ask you. So you're talking about different laws. So say my cousin lives in San Diego. Does San Diego as a city have different laws from, say, Los Angeles, that they need different police forces who understand the different laws, or
Mhm.
are the laws overwhelmingly just state laws and federal
It's-
laws?
It depends on if they go by state vehicle code, state traffic code, state penal code, if they have their own local jurisdiction. There's also Los Angeles City and Los Angeles County, San Diego City and San Diego County. The county encompasses multiple cities. The cities in themselves have their own agency. The county itself doesn't have a law enforcement agency, but each of the cities will have their own law enforcement agency.
Yeah, but my question is, are the laws different from city to city?
Yeah, sometimes. So, like, a traffic enforcement for speeding may be enforced differently in San Diego County than it would be in Los Angeles County. All minor things. Policies
So
are
it's
different
just
and all
mi-
kinds of stuff.
So it's just minor shit. It's not the serious stuff.
It could be, but it also depends on, like, it just depends on the region where it is. Like, it's all sorts of different stuff, local policies, depending on how the district leans or how the county leans or the city leans with voting. Everything's all different. It's just because we are so far spread out and there's so many different rulings in different areas, it makes it easier to do that. Especially if you're trying to have one mass agency covering that vast of an area, it makes it really difficult. Like, it's already, we have California Highway Patrol, CHP. CHP monitors or does the enforcement for all of the freeways in California. They are very fucking spread thin when it comes to where their different departments are and everything. It's very hard for them to effectively do, like, they also have to operate in different jurisdictions too. Part of the freeway may be in this county, part of the freeway may be in this county. Different enforcement, different rules. It's there's a whole lot of fucking bureaucratic fuckery.
Oh, it's just so bloody complicated, isn't it? It really is. I mean, we've got, okay, the road laws here can be slightly varied from state to state, but within the state, the road laws are all the same, okay? Serious crime, it's pretty well across the board. So we really only, and it's the same in places like the UK. They have, basically they've only got one police force, really.
Mm-hmm. And also, to the person that says, compares ICE to the IDF and saying they'll end up in The Hague, that's fucking a ridiculous comparison to make. And also, local law enforcement and federal law enforcement agencies, like, things that they do wrong are prosecuted on a state and federal level, not on an international war crime level. Like, the fact that you're just, that's a slap in the face to people that have actually, like, been the victims of actual war crimes that have been prosecuted in The Hague. Like, this is the part I hate about the left when they are in the right on defending, or when they are in the right on protesting stuff. There are people on the left who are protesting what's going on right now with ICE. They're absolutely within their right, and they're right to do so, and they're right about some of the things they're protesting. The problem is when you've got people who capitalize on the movement and take over and become those loud voices and speak for those people. Like, I see people on the left on TikTok protesting peacefully all day long on the left, but the mainstream media, even the left-leaning media, isn't showing that. They're showing the people who are going out, going into the churches and screaming at children and families because they're upset with the pastor. They're showing people breaking into buildings. They're showing people assaulting random people on the streets just because they thought they were a Trump supporter. That takes over the movement. And when you've got people that make wild-ass comparisons saying ICE is essentially the same as war criminals who are going to end up in The Hague, that is an insanely invalidating claim to make, and it makes the people that are peacefully protesting look like morons. You are diluting what they are doing and taking away from their fight before it's even began.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's not an international thing at all. It's got nothing to do with The Hague.
Like, also the comparison. You're diluting the... If you are taking away from... It's not even an if. You are actively taking away from the people who are rightfully protesting in a lawful manner. When people go into a church because they're mad that the pastor is a member of ICE and they are asked to leave for interrupting a peaceful, private fucking church ceremony or church session, and you were lawfully asked to leave the premises, and now you are trespassing, and your response is to record yourself on TikTok Live screaming in the faces of literal children, telling them to die and stuff. You are ruining the movement. You are ruining everything that the other people who are peacefully protesting are working towards.
So, host, what do you think of the protests in Minneapolis? Because I can't get over that it's so effing cold there at the moment. They're still out there doing it.
Like I said, I'm pissed off that the media is giving attention to the people that are causing problems and validating them. They're giving them re-encouragement and reinforcing, oh, we're getting attention from this, we must be doing something right. Because again, there's a bunch of people that are doing this the right way. They're standing there, they're peacefully protesting, they're yelling, blowing whistles, who cares? They're not doing anything wrong. But there are people who, like, Kismet, did you see the church incident?
No, because the thing is, what we see internationally
Mhm.
is we're seeing the peaceful stuff, okay? We're not
Yeah,
being
that's
fed,
not
which
what we're
is
seeing here.
probably
That's
the
not what we're seeing
minority,
here.
and that's probably quite minority stuff as well.
Mhm.
You know, because look, I'll tell you what, I am still so upset with the whole Renee thing, and
Mhm.
what her last words compared with his last words after he unalived her. That was just, as a woman, it was so misogynist.
I mean,
It really was, and it just gutted me.
I wouldn't go that far. Keep in mind, the man had, the last time an incident happened where he didn't try to defend himself, he did get run over. He's not doing it because she's a woman. It's just a reaction of that pisses me off what just happened. But what I'm saying is the media in your country is not displaying the same thing as in our country. So I'll tell you about an incident that happened. There was a church that was having their regular gathering in the church. Everyone's sitting in their pews. Well, it turns out the pastor or the priest, whatever the fuck he was a member of ICE. Okay, cool. You can disagree with that.
Okay,
Hang on.
Knew that.
So the proper thing to do would be maybe stand in front of the church, not on private property, protest, and call him out for being a piece of shit or whatever. But what they did instead was go into the church. They were yelling at people. They were asked to leave. They then threatened physical violence on the people that asked them to leave, and then started recording themselves on TikTok Lives and on Twitter, screaming at families, including their children, and physically threatening them. That
Okay,
destroys the movement.
Okay, so and how many people was that?
30 to 40.
Okay, so you're talking about a stupid incident where people were totally in the wrong, but there was only 30 to 40 of them.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, you've got tens
But-
of thousands out on the street doing it.
But let me give
properly.
you more. What I'm saying is these things add up and they destroy the purpose of the movement. When those are the ones that get the media attention,
Oh.
it dilutes the movement. So instead of the news, even the left-leaning news, even the Democratic news, instead of showing the people peacefully protesting, they're showing those. So like there's videos that have been coming out too. There was a group of IT consultants, literally just tech nerds, wearing professional outfits. They went into a little coffee shop to have their breakfast. Someone walked by and thought they were ICE. Didn't ask them, didn't confirm anything, saw them, assumed they were ICE, put out a notification, hey, ICE is in this cafe. Almost 100 people immediately within 5 minutes showed up at that cafe and crowded the door and stood outside threatening those people, to where when they walked outside, they literally fucking mobbed them and chased them down, threatening them. There was another video of a man who was just, by the way, this is a Democratic man, a liberal left-leaning man who supports the protest, was trying to mind his own business because he was just going on a walk to do something. I don't remember if he was going to work or he was just running an errand. He was just minding his own business. A bunch of protesters started screaming at him, demanding to know if he was MAGA and he supported ICE. Well, he just ignored them. He's just minding his own business. He doesn't, I just don't want to be involved. So he just keeps walking. Someone comes up and takes a swing and literally knocks him the fuck out, punches him in the back of the head, and he slams his head on the concrete. It's only after he regains consciousness that they find out that he's liberal and left leaning, and that he doesn't support MAGA or ICE. But that's ruining the purpose of the protests. When incidents like that, they add up over and over again. It's not just one isolated incident. There's a lot of this stuff. It ruins the purpose of the protest, and it validates the bullshit people on the right are saying. They're saying, no, everyone there is violent. Everyone there is just causing problems. That's not true. We obviously know that not everyone there is causing problems. And again, I'm a right-leaning person. I am a Republican. But I know that that claim that everyone is there for violence is absolute bullshit. The problem is when you allow people to hijack the movement and do stuff like that and do acts of violence and actually cause legal problems, they dilute the movement and they ruin the purpose of those protests. You are validating shit on the right.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And there's always a couple of loonies, but you also have to keep in mind that some of this could be red flag shit.
I highly doubt with the amount of stuff, like especially with all the videos, the amount of coordination. We've seen the group chats, we've seen the Facebook groups, we've seen the websites. This has been well organized by people from the ground up, like boots on the ground. Like there's plenty of investigative journalists. Even one of my friends who is a journalist, hasn't actually done anything or taken sides on anything. I know where he stands, but he has been there filming stuff. He was in an unmarked white Ford vehicle, a rental car, with all of his camera equipment. They assumed he was ICE and tried to break into the vehicle and stop him from moving. He had to flee and drive away because they were threatening to harm him. We've seen people who are there. There's been people streaming on platforms like Kick. I don't know if anyone knows the platform Kick. It's like Twitch, but like degenerate Twitch. There was a dude who is he's one of those people that just kind of follows around law enforcement and gets clips for the news. Like, so if the news can't make it to an incident, he stands there and records and sends the footage off so different news agencies can use it. He's not ICE whatsoever. He's not affiliated with law enforcement. He's nothing. He's just got a scanner and he listens to what's going on and he follows them around and records and then he sends stuff off to the news. He was sitting in his car with a bunch of flashing lights, not law enforcement lights, orange lights, filming and live streaming in his car. And some girl walks up and films his license plate and then walks up to his door and goes, "Are you ICE? Are you a Fed? Are you ICE?" And she just starts harassing him. And then like posting and live streaming going, "Hey guys, I found ICE, blah, 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 blah." Like, this is insane. And again, the people who are doing the peaceful protesting are absolutely in the right. But when you allow stuff like that to hijack the movement and get the mainstream attention, it ruins it. It ruins what you're doing.
But the thing is, though, it's the sensationalism. It doesn't get clicks. That's the problem. Is what gets clicks is the violence, is the people going to these vehicles and destroying them. That's what gets clicks in the United States. It's sensationalism, and that's the problem.
Like the people who were cheering for like Kismet, did you see the thing about the ICE vehicle getting broken into?
Nope.
Yeah, so there was an ICE vehicle where a bunch of ICE officers got ran off, and people filmed and cheered as some of the people from the protest broke into the ICE vehicle and broke into the locked containers and stole firearms.
Mm-hmm.
And people
jeez, that's nasty.
And people supported it. And then some of the people who stole the firearms literally posted on the internet going, "Look, I got an ICE weapon." And people supported that. People supported it.
Look, we have a bit of the same thing here with the whole anti-immigration stuff, which is actually run by neo-you-know-whos, that they will get in and actually... So, say, for instance, there was this huge walk across the Sydney Harbour Bridge in support of peace in Gaza and safety for the Palestinians.
Mm-hmm.
But there were people in there, agitators, and they were... And the thing is, you can't control these people coming in, all right? That's the problem. So they burnt flags and did a couple of other stuff. And then you have the right wing saying, well, this is what the left is like. But it's actually really only a small number of actors just being what I would call a dickhead.
But the problem is, I would say it's a minority in this case, but I wouldn't say it's small, and that's the problem. Because they're getting so much encouragement, and because they're getting so much boost in the media, it's growing, and it's self-validating.
Oh, yeah, that I can see where you're going with that, because it encourages... I mean, you guys are just so divided at the moment. I don't know how you're ever going to be the actual United States of America at this stage. Because you're so ununited.
I see you're not talking about the execution of Alex. Well, we've been going back and forth with it, and I already established it's not a lawful shooting. I don't know what else to say. What else you want from me, Anthony?
But why do so many people, honey? Why do so many people believe that he was doing what anyone can see with their own eyes he wasn't doing?
Because people are morons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, people are stuck in their ways. Like, the same people on the MAGA side and the far right-leaning people that are sitting there going, "No, he had a gun. He wasn't allowed to have that. That's against the law." Literally making that shit up because there's no law that says he couldn't have it there. Making up, "Oh, well, he had another gun or he went there to do violence." None of that's proven. None of that's true. That's all bullshit that they've made up. I classify them as the same people that are on the left going, well, the only reason people want to join ICE is to unalive brown people, and therefore I think I should also be allowed to unalive ICE. Those people are both equally insane on both sides.
Could we actually put them on a boat, send them out to sea and sink it?
I wish both the extremists, both sides on the extreme, right? Because I'm a little more right leaning than the host is, and I generally do support what ICE is doing, but with the Alex pew-pewing or shooting, I don't know if what host allows. I 100% do not agree with it, and the fellow quote-unquote MAGA people are literally on lives and spewing this, well, he was carrying a gun, and that's not legal. And he was legally carrying, he wasn't
It
brandishing,
literally was
wasn't-
licensed to carry it.
Yeah, and he had a concealed carry license in a constitutional carry state. Like, bro.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, your whole support of the Second Amendment is to prevent a tyrannical government.
One of the main
Isn't that
reasons.
one of the reasonings? Yeah.
One of the main reasonings. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's to protect me and my family.
For
Like-
me, it's obviously, yeah, it's like that, but also for a tyrannical government, but also it's one of those things where I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. I don't want to have to use my firearm. I know that I am fully willy, ready, and capable of doing so. I don't want to do it. I don't put my holster on my waistband every day and going, man, I really wish I get to pew-pew someone today. No, I don't want to use it, but I'd like to have it if I need it. And the Second Amendment allows me to have that right.
But also, one of the big arguments from the NRA is that what stops a bad person with one is a good person with one.
100%.
Yeah.
So there was a good person with one.
I mean, he was just standing there filming. Nothing had happened at that point.
No, nothing. And it was only, and I've seen so many videos now, but what happened when one of the agents actually took it off out of the holster thingy, okay? And I think he yelled out the G word, and that's when they started the whole thing.
So let me pull the video. So I'll show this and then I'll go into some other videos real quick too, because people were saying some stuff as lies in the chats. So keep an eye on this moron right here and this moron right here.
Okay.
So this guy goes in. If I don't know if you guys can hear it that well because he wasn't that loud, but I can hear it on my headphones. He goes, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. What you're going to see is now this man and someone over here draw back and go, oh shit, and they draw their pistols. They draw their pistols. Now, notice that he starts walking away. Well,
he walked away because he disarmed.
Yes.
And let me pull that video. He walks away because he has disarmed Alex. But here's the thing he didn't do. Tell the other fucking officers that he had positive control of Alex's firearm. And here he goes. That was him shooting. That wasn't the other officer shooting. That was him.
That was the dickhead who disarmed him, shooting him.
Yep.
No, he didn't shoot Alex. He didn't shoot Alex. He shot Alex's gun.
But
Whether-
what did he point it at?
So here's the really shitty part, which is I know they're going to try and shift blame on this. The specific firearm that Alex had was a Sig Sauer P320. A Sig Sauer P320 has had a known issue with negligent discharges where it tends to fire on its own under certain circumstances. Now, it doesn't look like this man's fingers on the trigger, and I feel like they're going to try and pull that argument that it's not their fault, but he's running away with the weapon, and you can see, slow down here, you can see the slide goes to the rear and his hand jerks up. So watch again. The slide has gone to the rear. That weapon fired. So he fired Alex's weapon into the ground. which resulted in what we call sympathetic fire. Sympathetic fire is when you're in a high-stress scenario like that, weapons are involved, and you hear one shot, and it results in everyone else firing in sympathy. Not like the, emotional sympathy. It's just a thing that happens. Not saying it's justified, that's just what it resulted in. So because moron number one didn't announce that he had taken Alex's weapon and then proceeds to discharge Alex's own weapon into the ground, that results in officer number 2, dum-dum over here in the green, firing into Alex, almost hitting his own fellow officer right here who's on the other side of Alex, and also almost hitting another officer in the face whose face is directly next to the barrel of his weapon.
So why is a pew-pew that has obviously faults allowed to be sold?
Because SIG denies it, and they have really expensive lawyers.
Oh God, okay, the legal system, yeah.
I mean, we've even had issues with them in the military, with them falling apart. Literally anything to tell the other officers, I have the firearm. You have now disarmed this man. Announce it. Don't run away like fucking, what was someone said he ran away like Skeletor. Man, like he just fucking hobbled away with the firearm. Also, for those saying the stuff that I mentioned earlier didn't happen, here is people breaking into an ICE vehicle and taking weapons. This girl was a prominent member of, what group was it again? She was one of the people that associates with Ilhan Omar, and she was on her university's website as a proud activist. She's part of the people. This is a video of people taking firearms out of the back of an ICE vehicle. They broke into locked containers and took them, and then bragged about it later, and people cheered about it. This is a video of a man who was claimed to be a Nazi because he wouldn't answer people when they were chasing him down.
Light him up.
No, they're saying let him up. This is they knocked him out and he hit the ground, and now they're going, oh shit, he's one of ours. Oh, you're not a Nazi? Wow, no shit. Maybe if you just left the fucking man alone. Oh, here's the kick streamer. What's up?
Hi, are you law enforcement?
Huh?
Are you law enforcement? Are you law enforcement?
No, why?
Are you law enforcement?
No, why?
Are you law enforcement?
Bro, is this a simulation? Oh, is this like one of those
Law
ice things or something?
Cool, thank you. Good to know. Are you law enforcement? I'm just gonna grab your,
This lady harasses him for 7 minutes. He's just a random fucking dude. Here is the church stuff. Oh, by the way, this is
comfortable white people.
So the video you're seeing at the bottom is one of the. He's got the dual camera setup on his phone where he's recording the front and the back at the same time. So he's recording his face as they walk through the church harassing people.
Lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No, Jesus.
So there was a group of about, like I said, 30 or 40 of them that went into that church, and they were just fucking accosting people, screaming at them, including screaming. There's other videos where people were live streaming themselves screaming in the faces of children. Like, stuff like this dilutes the movement. It ruins helping the people protesting out by showing the people peacefully protesting. We're seeing this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so hold a minute. Let me think about this, because I did do Journalism 101 before I moved to creative writing, which was a lot more fun.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the media in the USA is problematic because it's all commercial. So even though you call it, there are also commercial interests involved. And I don't think the media in the USA, any of it, is any good.
I don't disagree. But like here, like I was saying, you know how I said that like it dilutes the movement and stuff like that? Like that shit like that should not be part of the movement. Shit like that is wrong. But
Yeah,
just in
totally.
the comments, just down in the comments right now, I don't care about MAGA supporters or ICE being harassed under this administration. You should. You should care about people going into a private establishment and accosting people that they don't even know, and they don't even know their beliefs just because they don't like Trump or the administration. You do not have the right to go into a place of worship and just harass people on private property, especially after being asked to leave. You can't do that. You ruin the movement. You destroy every meaning and purpose behind it. You can't do that.
And this is where I think there's something probably more going on, to tell the truth. Like, as I said, there's okay. You've got a much bigger population than Australia. We've got our share of loonies on both sides. Obviously, per capita, you have a lot more because you're a much bigger population. But look, it gets back to also what I can't get over how you guys define liberalism, because you use
every country's different.
I know, but the thing is, the actual meaning of the word is small government and freedom. Okay, that's what liberal politics core is about. If you go back to John Stuart Mill, where it all came out, but somehow within the USA, it's become a pejorative.
But that's the thing in America, is we've got such a diverse categorization of stuff. Like, you've got your left, your right, you've got your far left, your far right, you've got your moderate left, your moderate right, you've got leftists, you've got liberalists, you've got far right and fucking neo-Nazis and stuff. But like, someone said, hang on, what was this someone says? But it's cool for Trump's thugs to do it to us. Never, dude. That comment right now from Through the Eyes of the Needle, that's like the equivalent of me posting on Twitter and going, I like waffles, and someone commenting, so you hate pancakes? I never said that it was okay for anyone from the right to harass anyone either. I think anyone from the right doing that shit is equally fucking stupid. You don't just get to do that shit just because you don't like someone or their views. That's a shitty thing to do, and most of the time, it's against the fucking law.
Well, but at the same time, though, Anthony, I mean, all these videos, I don't see many videos on social media of right wingers going around and, oh, are you a lefty? Did you support Biden? And then just knocking people
but
out.
I see
It's
them
only the
online.
left
Online, they're not doing it in person so much, but online, you absolutely do see it. Online, you see people justifying stuff. Online, you see people going, "Oh no, they deserve this. You should all do this. You should all do." You see people doing it online more on the right now. You see more people in person, depending on what the protest is for or where it is. But it's still equally wrong. The people on the right harassing people who are trying to be there peacefully are fucking morons. Like, it's just, both sides have their morons, but the problem is the media is propagating the morons for both sides. And when you propagate the morons, it self-justifies to the other side, regardless of what it is. So when people on the right, or on the far right, see the idiots causing the problems, it justifies their beliefs. It justifies them and shoves them farther down that rabbit hole. When people on the left see the media posting about the people on the right doing the stupid shit, it justifies those people on the left in their beliefs and stuff. It's an endless fucking cycle, and it's fucking ridiculous.
And this gets back to my complaint about journalism in the USA, because they propagate this, as you say. You know, there will be this minority and they'll put them up as being, this is what's happening, when it's only like a small percentage of people on a per capita basis, and they will propagate that stuff and engender the hate, where, you know, you just need to hose things down, really, on both sides. And why the right and the left in the USA? So in Australia, I think probably because we have compulsory voting, we always end up going towards the centre, all right? We always do. We'll take little steps that way, one way or the other. And also, your definition of left and right is on a different scale from our definition of left and right, as you would know. And at the media, the Fourth Estate has a lot of say in this, but the Fourth Estate in the USA seems to be totally fucked.
Can I ask you a question, Kiss? What's
Sure.
compulsory voting? What?
Oh, yeah, we have to vote. Mainly because we're too lazy. It's very easy. Okay, they have to make it easy. So anyone in an urban area, it's a 5-minute walk to your polling booth. Polling is on a Saturday. It's usually at a school or a church. There's a cake stall, there's a sausage sizzle, it's a bit of a party. We can early vote, we can postal vote, and it's just so easy. I've never spent more than 20 minutes going to a polling booth and voting.
I'm
and
sorry.
people take their dogs, you know, they tie their dogs up, they go and vote, they buy a sausage, they
by
get
the
the
way,
dog half.
the person saying, right, pick a side, comply or die. No, that's not a thing. Yes, some people on the far right are batshit crazy. Go, just comply. Yeah, just comply doesn't apply to every fucking scenario. Every fucking case is different. Alex didn't do anything wrong here, but that doesn't mean he deserved to die. But you can't blanket state that everyone on the right believes comply or die, because that's not true. Just like I can't blanket state that everyone on the left believes in violent protest, because I know that's not true.
100%. But
Okay, someone's saying police shootings are up in Australia. No, they're not, honey.
I just think that's insane, being fined for not voting. That's insane. I'm sorry, but
Okay, but the thing is, why they did it, and it was back in the 30s, is because none of us could be rats ass to vote. And so they made it compulsory, but the onus is then that the government has to make it easy to vote. So we have like mobile polling booths going into remote communities. We have mobile polling booths going into nursing homes. It is so easy to vote.
Kismet.
It's on a Saturday.
I have some bad news for you, Kismet. The national trends from the Australian Institute of Criminology actually show that there is a 78% increase from previous reporting years of law enforcement involved shootings in Australia. Granted, you don't have many to begin with, so even adding a few more does significantly make a higher percentage. So if you go from like
78% sounds
like,
a lot.
let's say you go from 10 to 20, that would be like a 200% increase, which 20 overall isn't really that much, but percentage wise it's a lot.
Yeah, but it's a very small number. It is a very small number.
One of the biggest reasons for higher officer-involved shootings is sovereign citizens in Australia.
Oh,
I love that you guys have sovereign citizens just like we do. Oh God, I hate those people.
Okay, so the latest sovereign citizen thing, so
They're
went
morons
to
in
this
every
guy's-
country. They're morons in every
I
country.
know,
Yeah.
and they're batshit crazy. But this guy was over the top, and he was actually on child, thingies, okay? And they went to arrest him, and he unalived 2 officers, and he went on the run. They still haven't found him.
oh,
That was nasty.
One of the
It was
funniest ones.
really nasty.
One of the funniest sovereign citizen videos I've seen in America is a woman who claims that she is a sovereign citizen and doesn't have a driver's license because she doesn't have a contract with the state of Georgia where she's in. She goes, I don't have a contract with the state of Georgia. I don't need to do this. And then the guy goes, okay, well, do you have some Moorish documents or whatever? Because sovereign citizens carry it. She goes, yes, here's my my documents notarized by the state of Georgia. It's like, wait, hold on a minute. You don't have a contract with the state of Georgia, but you got this letter notarized by the state of Georgia saying you're a sovereign citizen. What the fuck are you doing?
you entered a contract right then and there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the thing is, you know where the Australian sovereign citizens got the whole idea from? Guess where? The USA.
WUSA, the best thing, the biggest dumbasses in the world.
So thanks, guys, she
You're
says
welcome.
sarcastically. You
You're
know?
welcome.
But yeah, this was nasty. Like, one was a young copper. He was here from the Netherlands. He was a new citizen. The other guy was, an older guy. Yeah, and he just point blank and then ran away. And look, there was a huge manhunt. It was tourist season. This whole tourist town had to shut down. No one could go there. But he went off into the bush. Now, the theory is they pretty well think he might have ended up unalive by falling down an old mine shaft or something.
Oh, that'd be nice.
It would be nice. I just wish we knew that it happened to him. That would make us feel so much better. But he was a nasty piece of work. He really was. And I think it's the same in the USA. You unalive a copper, okay, you're toast.
Oh,
you're definitely toast.
I'll get to that. I'll give you a perfect example of something that the media really fucked up, and it kind of touches back earlier what I was saying about villainizing law enforcement no matter what, because it's a popular thing to do. But for the people in the chat saying that, like, you you can't take the side that says like, hey, both sides are in the wrong when they do violent things. If you're saying that one side of violence is okay but the other is not, you're part of the problem. You are absolutely part of the problem. You can acknowledge that there's people on both sides absolutely doing asinine and violent things that are causing problems for their movements.
Yep.
Let me find a post here. There is a post of a shooting that happened in I think it was Santa Monica.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Or San Jose, sorry. Here we go.
That
Yeah, it was a bad one.
Well, there's so many in the USA. We probably didn't get news of it here.
Well, the problem is the media in the United States, especially social media, immediately jumped on the officers and spread a false narrative. Okay.
Social media's got a lot to blame for, which is
Okay.
partly why Australia has banned
Okay.
under 16s from being on social media.
Okay, so the original post comes from San Jose Police Media Relations. It says, San Jose Police Department is currently investigating an officer-involved shooting that occurred in downtown San Jose related to an armed carjacking. A SJPD sworn department member has been shot and transported to a local hospital. This is an active and ongoing investigation, as PIOs will share more information as it becomes available. Here is the video that went out on social media, because this was the first video that everyone saw. The first video. You've got an officer here shooting at the suspect who has now entered the police vehicle. And he's running away. He's running away and they're still shooting at him. And then here comes this jackass flying in his car. And you can see he's run over the suspect. And they're still firing at him. That looks really fucking bad, given the lack of context. Well, here's the thing about lack of context. If we look at the other videos, here's another view that shows the man getting shot at, and people describing it as they shot a man with his back turned running away. Okay, here he is, running away. They're shooting at him, running away. That looks really bad. But if we watch this video, the aerial footage, here is the police helicopter footage. This has a lot of fucking context to what happened. By the way, people didn't talk about this. The reason they were chasing him is because he had violently carjacked multiple people with a firearm.
1182 Notre Dame, but he's still, nope, he's got a foot down, Balin.
So he gets out of a car and tries to go carjack another car.
He's gonna be tried to 215
That officer tries to hit him because he's trying to stop this man from carjacking someone.
another vehicle. San Jose's, you're gonna begin at 1196 with them right now.
He's now shooting at the police officer, by the way. He's shooting at the police officer. Officer gets out of the car and returns fire.
Shots fired, shots fired.
He goes at the officer and he's still shooting at him.
Code 3 fill, code 3 fill.
Officer still firing. Suspect still firing.
He's fighting 215 in the patrol car.
He's now trying to steal the police car.
He's out of the patrol car now, he's gonna be running,
This is the point you see in that video where all you saw was he's running away and they're shooting him, right? Looks really bad. Black man running away, they're shooting at him. He pulls out his gun and tries to take these people's vehicle.
he's trying to carjack another vehicle.
This officer says, I think the fuck not.
Oh,
And then he still has his weapon and they keep shooting him. But the problem was the original video that showed the police just shooting at a random black man running away. Just this one post has over 2 million views. Over 2 million views before the other videos come out, and the narrative has already been set. The narrative has already been set that the police officers shot at an unarmed black man running away, because in that video, you don't see a weapon. You don't see what he's doing. You see a bunch of police officers shooting at a black man running away with nothing in his hands.
And that's the problem as well. It's everybody gets on the first video. It's like the whole, and I'm not trying to bring this whole crap up, but the whole Michael Brown thing, when he actually reached for the officer's gun in the car, and then he was
but-
pew-pewed.
Let's try not to pivot to other instances, but like this one hand. But Jay, they ran him over. Yes, that was the quickest and most immediate way to prevent him from either killing someone else or carjacking someone else. We saw him actively with his firearm go up to someone else's car to try to take their car. That officer said, "I think the fuck not. This ends here. You are not going to carjack someone else," and ran him over. But the problem was, again, the media didn't show, and the social media narrative wasn't these police officers saved another person from being carjacked and killed. The narrative that was spread on social media immediately got to millions of people was, oh my God, they shot at an unarmed black man running away. And this is in a state like California, where now people are probably going to protest against that police department because they're not going to see those other videos. And even if they do, they're so set in their ways, they're not going to listen.
Mm-hmm.
I know he was carjacking. I didn't see the end part. I wasn't looking, so that's why I asked. Yeah, no, they fucking plowed the fuck into him. No, they're not. How do you know that, Toast? Again, if you look at the social media post, millions of views and thousands of people in support of the guy that was trying to carjack people and shooting at police officers. He shot at the police officers first. He tried to carjack someone and tried to carjack a police officer, and people are supporting him because they didn't see the other videos.
Okay, just to get back on topic, honey. What worries me is the two nasty instances in Minnesota where the White House has immediately jumped on their own narrative of what happened and are sticking with it. That
They're doing what the
concern.
news does. They're doing what the news does, and they're setting their own narrative, and it's fucking bullshit. Like JD Vance saying, "Oh, they've all got immunity." That's not true. I don't give a fuck what JD Vance says. That's not how that works.
And also calling them domestic teas as well.
That too. Like, these incidents are two completely different things, two completely different scenarios, two completely different contexts. You can't even compare the two. That's the problem that I have too. People on both sides trying to make valid comparisons between the two when they're two different incidents, and the only thing that's similar is ICE was involved.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the problem is ICE, basically, because they're obviously not well trained. You know, the first instance, he stood in front of a vehicle, which they're supposedly trained not to do. And then this belief
Sometimes
that
they're trained.
well, the thing is, this is what training's about. Do you know how long it takes to become a police officer in places like the UK?
No, but it also depends on the state here. But the thing with the officer standing in front of a vehicle too, that's not a golden rule. It's not a written rule for some departments. It's like, if a vehicle's already moving, sure, you're told not to stand in front of it. But if a vehicle's stationary and you're that close and you're trying to get someone out of the vehicle,
She actually was reversing and then turning her wheels to move away. Okay,
you know
that
she went
is
forward
clear.
and she went forward and hit him though, right?
No, she did not hit him. It's
Yeah,
not
No,
been
she
proven.
no. The video is actually his own video and another angle shows that she made contact with him.
No, it's what people do. You hit the car, okay, and pretend you've been hit.
No,
Everyone's done
no,
that.
Kismet,
pushed
Kismet,
back.
no, Kismet.
He's still on his
No.
feet. He's still on his feet. He
That's it.
hasn't
No,
been
okay,
knocked over.
Kismet. Here's the problem with that: is when you go from, oh well, he wasn't. That sets a very dangerous precedent. When you say, well, he was only hit a little bit, or he wasn't hit that hard, or he was still standing. Okay, where do you draw the line now? Does an officer have to get rammed at 10 miles an hour for it to be valid? Does it have to be he gets knocked over before it's valid? You set the very dangerous precedent.
Okay, so what he did, he had his phone in his right hand. He swapped it to his left hand to get his what he set out. Okay, okay, so he slammed his phone to get his thingy out. Now the first thingy, what do you call them? The B word went through the windscreen, but the second two were through the open side window.
Yeah.
Okay, and it was the third one that went through her temple that did the ultimate damage. That was totally unnecessary.
The problem with that is because of how so here's how this is going to go in court. They're going to look at three things. The first one is going to be lawful detainment. The second one is going to be authorization of lethal force. And the third one is going to be justification for the follow-up shots. The first one is going to be lawful detainment. The people that are claiming, oh, well, she didn't know it was ICE. She just saw a random bunch of people. We know that's
No,
not
she
true.
knew it was ICE.
Yeah, well,
She knew it was ICE.
we know she knew it was ICE. She posted about being there. There's videos of her there 20, 30 minutes in advance.
She said to him, I don't hate you.
Hang on, though. Hang on, let me get through the details. The problem is she knows they're ICE, so that argument goes out the window. They roll up, they display their lights, they get out with their uniforms. They have properly identifying uniforms that show who they are, and they order her to get out of the vehicle. At that point, she is considered lawfully detained. Now, a court is going to have to determine and convince either a jury or judge that a reasonable person put in her position would be able to reasonably ascertain that they are under lawful detention and therefore not authorized to leave. At that point, hang on. Let me go through it all.
Let me just finish, because she was actually both told to go away and clear the road and open the door. So
she had
was
previously been told to
conflicting-
leave. She was previously told to leave in this specific incident that resulted in the shooting. At that point, she was ordered out of the vehicle. Now, again, they're going to have to determine, is there possibly the reasonable person in her position, or the average person in her position, could reasonably come to the conclusion that they're lawfully detained? The answer to that is going to be yes. Now, that is the precursor to the next part. Now, people could criticize where he was standing or how close he was. That doesn't matter. Per the law, all it's going to come down to is, could a reasonable average person in his position be in fear of life or safety when she steps on that gas pedal? And even in some of the videos you see, yeah, she didn't go that fast at first, but you see the wheels spinning. She punched it to the floor. And I'm not saying she intended to hit him. I'm not saying she intended to drive towards him. I personally think, this is my personal opinion on this, I'm not saying this is a fact, I think she got in over her head and she panicked and she tried to move out of the way, but because she was on fucking ice and it was slippery, she pressed the gas, didn't get traction at first, and the vehicle launched towards him. Now, the fact is, though, hang on. The fact is, though, this is not his cell phone angle. This is a farther away angle. She did hit him with her car. That's him getting shoved out of the way. Now, granted, he gets bounced off of the headlight and goes off to the side, so it's not like a full head-on collision. But the fact is, she does make contact with him with her vehicle. Now, that's not even going to be what the authorization of force is going to be in court. In court, it's going to be...
that was also the video that's been posted where the speed of the vehicle has been speeded up in the video.
No, this video has not been sped up. This video is slowed down. So, again, the problem is, it's not going to be a matter of if she made contact, if she tried to make contact. It's going to come down to, is it reasonable to assume that if you were in his position, you would be in fear of life or safety or bodily injury? A reasonable person, when standing there, is probably going to be in fear of their safety at a minimum. Now, then it's going to come to, okay, if the first shot is authorized, are the subsequent follow-up shots authorized as well? And because of how close those shots are fired together within milliseconds, it's going to come down to, a reasonable person could assume that in that position, those subsequent shots are a direct result and combined with the first shot and not intentionally separate. You'd have to make the case that he intentionally knew the first shot had gone through and taken that time to think in his brain, okay, I don't need to fire again, but I'm going to do it anyways. And you're not going to be able to prove that. But again, the thing is, I like to look at this one as, there's a YouTuber named Donut Operator. He's former law enforcement, he's former SWAT, and he's former Navy service member. He has a saying that he likes to use in certain incidents because he does law enforcement breakdowns. It's called awful but lawful. It's awful that it fucking happened. Nobody should be proud that it fucking happened. Nobody should be celebrating that it happened, but it's lawful. Now we move forward to try to avoid that in the future. That's the best analysis you can get from that. It's awful and it's fucking shitty, but it was lawful. That's not what it comes down to. Actually, you don't have a clear understanding of the law. Okay, yeah, me with my prior law enforcement experience and dealing with that stuff, and also having my family in law enforcement and going through those classes myself, I have no understanding of how law enforcement works or how an officer-involved shooting gets dictated in court. Okay.
Okay, so, host, do you know how the UK firearms officers are trained and how much training they go through and how much repeat training they go through?
Depends on which, it's not, what's the term? It's not classification. It's, I can't think of the word, but depending on which ones it is.
We're talking about the specialised officers, the ones that are allowed to own those things. Not owned, use them.
Oh yeah, no.
In the
When I was in the UK, I liked hanging around the guys at the Parliament building who were armed and just talking about their training and their firearms. And also, no, what I said, Robbie, what I gave the analysis, I made it clear when I gave my own emotional / personal interpretation, and I made it clear when I was stating facts. The way it's going to go down in court is the way that I said it's going to go down in court, because that's how officer-involved shootings are investigated in court. That's how that works. When I gave my opinions on what I think her personal intentions were or not, or what her intentions were not, that was an opinion and an emotional thing. God damn it. Fucking digital made me lose the game. Oh, wait, shit. Digital can't come up. Digital, restart your app or update it, because it's not allowing me to send you an invite. And I don't think you have a guest box to request.
Oh, you can drop me if you like, honey.
No. TikTok's just super glitched out, and it's not allowing some people to request or even see that there's the request option.
Okay, last night, all of the American Lives, they were empty, okay? They were running, but no one could see anything.
Oh,
It
yeah, that
just
was
a TikTok logo.
that was after people closed it. It didn't actually close. So that if you saw those lives, that meant they had already ended the live and you couldn't get into it anymore. You could see it and nothing was happening.
They were still running because the chats were still going, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Weird.
The host ended the live, but it didn't end locally. So their feed from their phone wasn't live anymore, but the live stream itself on the server was. So basically, TikTok for America got switched over to all the Oracle servers last night, and it got royally fucked. And it's still fucked.
Oh, okay. Because the Canadian ones were working and the Aussie ones were working. And I must admit, I thought it was like the glory days when you guys weren't here for 9 hours.
Oh, I was the only American streaming that night, and that was great. It was so peaceful. But I will say, the FYP fucking sucked that night. We definitely carry the FYP. Oh wait, digital can't even see people on the box. What the fuck?
But anyway, we had a lot of fun that night. But just back to like training in the use of pew-pews, do you know how rigorous it is in the UK compared with the USA?
Depends on what type of training. It depends on what type it is. Like for SWAT, for SWAT, there's different training than for your average officer. For different agencies, depending on how the area is, there's different training. There's different levels of firearm training too.
In the UK, your average officer doesn't have one.
I know.
Okay, so the ones that do have them are very highly trained. And you've got officers that are not, maybe have had a couple of weeks training and that's it. And in the regards of the ICE officers, God knows what training they've had. In fact, even someone said, they agreed with me that the teaching is you don't stand in front of moving vehicles.
I mean, it depends on the agency, and it also depends on the conditions of the. Again, it's case by case. If a vehicle is already driving and you're trying to stop it with your body, yeah, that's fucking stupid. A lot of agencies still don't even have that written into training, but they'll suggest it. But if it's a stationary vehicle where you're lawfully ordering someone out of the vehicle and you're standing there to give the visible deterrence of you can't exit this way, we're ordering you out of your vehicle, that's a common thing. It's a common tactic.
What right did they have to order a US citizen out of her vehicle?
ICE is allowed to detain U.S. citizens for a small amount of reasons, one of which includes obstruction of law enforcement operations. Now, I know people...
But she'd been waving traffic through, okay?
But again, her stated goal, this is where the whole argument of her knowing who ICE was and why they were there and why she was there, that's where this argument gets rid of that whole thing. Doesn't matter that
she was an observer.
But she wasn't. She openly posted on her fucking group's website that she was there for the purpose of blocking ICE, and the reason they were there is because there's if you watch the Angry Cops video on YouTube on the analysis breakdown on this, he actually has the 911 call logs and the dispatch logs. They show that one of the ICE vehicles had gotten stuck in the snow, one of the ones further down the street. They had called for backup to help push it out of the snow, and as the call comes out that, hey, we're waiting for backup, that's when she and her group show up. Her group shows up, and yes, she was not blocking the entire street, but you don't have to block an entire street in order to be classified as obstructing. You are attempting to obstruct law enforcement operations. She was there for the purpose of obstructing law enforcement operations. It doesn't matter that if she succeeded or not. That was what she was there for. So they were going to detain her because that was her purpose. She was there to obstruct them.
Hello, but the vehicle before the one that stopped and got nasty, she waved them
And
through.
that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if she didn't fully block the streets. She was attempting to obstruct law enforcement operations, which she is not allowed to do.
Hold a minute. I'll bring up semantics with you. If someone's attempting to block, you don't wave someone through saying there's a space. Which is what she
is
did.
blocking the road, even if she is not blocking the whole road. It doesn't matter. She is there with the intent to obstruct law enforcement operations. It doesn't matter if she blocked the whole road or half the road. She is there to do that. She announced that she was there to do that. Her group was there to do that. That's why there was so many people there already filming. It wasn't a coincidence that half the people who were, or that most of the people who were there were from her group, who was part of a group called Ice Watch. Their entire purpose was to go where ICE goes and interfere with them. That was her entire purpose of being there.
Okay, so look, keep in mind, I'm a book editor, so language is important to me, all right? She was partially blocking the road, but she was physically, with her hand, waving vehicles through.
Yes, some vehicles went through. That doesn't mean she's not still obstructing justice. She is she is there. No, it is the fact that she is No, it's the letter of the law. The fact that she is there to attempt that. It doesn't matter if I try a terrorist attack but I fail. Did I still try a terrorist attack?
But
obviously, I'm not saying that this is a terrorist attack, but I'm just making the wild comparison. But if I try something that failed, that doesn't mean I didn't try. And
but she's not failing. She's actually encouraging vehicles to go past her.
She parked there with the explicit intent to obstruct law enforcement. She stated as much. She posted as much. She impeded the flow of traffic. The traffic was not able to smoothly flow through because she was blocking part of the road. And hang on, no, for the person that says, where to go? Ian, even if you block the road, you don't deserve to die. Nobody on this panel said she deserved to die. Nobody said that. I didn't say she deserved to die. Fucking Proud didn't say she deserved to die. Kismet didn't say she deserved to die. Nobody said that.
Okay, but I get back to my point, and I know what you're trying to say, but it just makes no logical sense that she had partially blocked the roadway, but she was letting people through. She was actively telling them, just go in front of the vehicle. She was letting them through.
Some vehicles getting waved by does not take away the fact that she was there to block ICE and was still partially obstructing the road. That does not take away from that. It's just because some people go through.
You had one vehicle stopped and decided not to obey the "you can go through, buddy," and take it up with her. They were being dicks.
Can I ask you a question, Kiss?
Yeah.
Is she a law enforcement traffic officer? Is she in a legal duty to block or direct traffic?
Well, actually, that's what
No,
the nurse was doing.
Hold on. She was not an officer. She had no legal right to be signaling or directing traffic while partially blocking a road.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Is that the way you're going to argue it? That's pathetic.
And again, see, people in the chat are trying to run with this, saying, oh, so you're justifying her dying, or you're saying that, like, she deserved to die. Nobody is saying that. Not a single person here has said that. I am giving you the framework of how this works in court and how the law works. I'm not MAGA. I'm not a fucking Trump supporter by any means. I'm giving you how the law works. If you are attempting to obstruct law enforcement operations and you fail to do so, that doesn't mean you still didn't make the attempt. Because she was attempting to obstruct law enforcement operations, they have the legal right. They have the legal right to detain her. That's just how the law works.
Have you heard the saying, the law is an ass?
Again, this is what goes
one.
This is what goes down the route of awful but lawful. Awful that it happened. Awful of the circumstances. Awful how it was handled. technically lawful. You can complain and want to change the laws afterwards, but the fact remains that this incident will most likely be considered lawful in the court of law.
Okay, well, it actually gets down to what the judge thinks. I mean, I've been seeing these videos, I don't know if they're made up, about your HOAs, which to me are totally ridiculous. Like, you're the land of the free, and you have these HOAs that tell you can't have...
Yeah, HOAs are fucking stupid.
Okay, but you're the land of the free, and you have these HOAs that tell you how long your grass has to
It's a bunch of Karens that go on a fucking power trip. Also, did she try to run him over? No, I explicitly stated that this is my opinion. I do not believe she tried to run him over, had the intent. I personally believe that she got in over her head and panicked and tried to escape, but did not successfully do so. She punched the gas on the vehicle. You see the
she did not punch the gas. She was going 5 kilometers an hour at most.
It doesn't matter how fast she was going. In the videos from the left side of her vehicle, you see her punch the gas and the wheels start spinning. She did not have traction. Had she gained traction, she could have gone more right, or she could have just launched into him even faster. There has been recorded incidents of officers standing in front of vehicles, like right up next to it, kind of like he was, and being run over and hit at 5 to 10 miles an hour and being bounced off the hood of the fucking car and being run over and dying. Again, and this is what sets the precedent of how far is too far. Then are you saying, oh, they actually have to hit the person, or they have to be going a certain speed? You are now setting the precedent of it's okay if you drive at a law enforcement officer as long as you're under a certain speed, or if you don't hit them too hard. That's the problem with setting that precedent of did she make contact or not, or how fast was she going. That's the problem with it.
I doubt he was in her line of sight, because you think she's reversed to the left, she's turned her wheels to the right, she's looking to the right to make sure the road is clear.
Give me 2 seconds. You're Australian, right? I take it from the flag in your name.
Yeah. The flag should be a giveaway, honey.
Yeah. So am I. No. I have come across a few expats or people that used to live here, but I just wanted to point something out. So in Australia, right, if a police officer, whether it's federal or local police or state police, if they instruct you to move on, right, and you refuse once, they have the right to arrest you. I've actually seen it happen, right? They give you a move on order, and you refuse. That whole point of was she blocking or was she not blocking? She was told to get out of the way.
Real quick, hang on. Now this is again what I'm going to give you an example right now, Kismet. Someone in chat says any person who goes out into the path of a car should pay the price. You are now advocating for running over a federal officer and advocating for violence.
No, that's wrong.
And now you're banned from my chat. Get fucked, you violent individual.
Okay, and is it Neil? I can't see your full name.
Nick.
Okay, Nick. Yeah, the thing is, she was originally told to move on, and then what they said changed. It's a bit like that woman who had the brain injury, who was pulled out of a car because she had auditory issues, and so many people were yelling so many conflicting things to her, and she really didn't understand what was going on. She was just trying to get to the doctor, and they smashed the window.
That's not the case here. She was smiling at them. That's not what happened here. She was like, we've got to be honest with each other and say she was purposely being obstructive. Now,
which incident are you talking about, Nick? Are you talking about Renee?
Renee. I'm not saying that going to a death sentence or that it makes it justifiable or righteous, right? I'm just saying that justifies her being arrested. That justifies her being told to get out of her car and her being arrested and probably processed. Would you agree with me on that?
Look, from what I understand from the US, that US citizens say that, that's wrong.
No.
That's wrong.
So again, because federal law enforcement officers have different jurisdiction and authority depending over city and county and all that stuff. But so when it comes to the federal law enforcement officers, she had been previously already asked to move. That was accurate. Previously, she had already been asked to move. She did not. At that point, literally the second they asked her to move, prior to them driving up to her car and telling her to get out, because she didn't move, they are authorized to detain her. Now, in this case, they drive up to her, get out, display who they are, and they say, get out of your vehicle. You are lawfully detained. You have been ordered to exit your vehicle. You are no longer authorized to leave.
You're not free to go.
Anyone know how do I monitor a live from my phone if I'm streaming on my
They
computer?
didn't actually say it in those terms. They actually just yelled at her to get out of the car and tried to force the door open. And the thing is,
Yes, because
as
but
a
that's the
woman,
lawful
I would
order.
find that very
That's
scary.
it doesn't
that
matter if you're a woman or a
masked
man, though. A marked law enforcement officer has ordered you, that you know exists and you know who he is, has ordered you out of your vehicle. It doesn't matter if you're scared. You are detained. You can't just drive away.
Okay, but you've got a masked man in camo.
Doesn't matter. He had display. He had the patches that he was ICE and he was law
And
enforcement.
that doesn't even matter either. She knew who they were. She had announced that she was there to block ICE. She knew who they were. They didn't even have to probably identify themselves at that point, but they did. They have their uniform. They had their lights on, which only law enforcement vehicles in that state are allowed to run blue and red lights. They have their patches that identify themselves. They ordered her to get out of her car. That is a lawful order. She is lawfully detained.
And I get it. The US is different to where we live, and they have a different culture, different rules, and everything like that. But having the right to go and protest against ICE while they're conducting active operations doesn't make it a good idea, right? You're actively putting yourself in harm's way. You're taking that decision upon yourself.
See, I don't agree with that either. I believe you do have the right. If like say you're on the other side of the street with the sign, just standing there holding a sign, blowing a whistle, whatever, you have the legal right to do that, but you do not have the legal right to impede traffic, act like a traffic enforcement officer, and when an officer comes up to your vehicle and is standing by your door and tells you to get out, you just punch or not punch, but you move forward. I mean, that other officer that was in front of her hood probably also was in fear for his fellow officers' safety, because he could have gotten dragged as well and seriously injured. I mean,
No, I'm not debating whether
no,
whether
yeah.
you have the right to do it or not. I'm saying it's not a good idea, especially knowing that there are going to be agitators. Whether you're standing across the road peacefully with a sign, even if you're not blowing the whistle trying to alert people that ICE are there, right? Even if you're just doing it all by the book, you know that there are going to be agitators there. You don't want to be rolled up in that. Like
Nick, are you
it doesn't
reform?
feel like a good idea.
Nick,
Sorry,
are you reform?
am I what?
Are you part of reform?
Am I part of reform?
Yeah. You sound a
No,
plum. Are you part of reform?
no.
Okay, so Tory, Labor, what?
No, I'm not Palm. I'm Australian.
You don't sound Australian.
I live in
he's
Sydney.
he's definitely Australian.
No, he doesn't have an Australian accent. He's got a British accent.
No, he's
Well, I've never
definitely
lived in Britain in
Australian.
my life.
I
I was born in the
I know
Ukraine.
I know
I
I
speak
know
fluent
I
Russian.
know Nick. Yeah, he's definitely Australian.
No, he doesn't speak with an Australian accent. So
Okay,
he said he's from
You're
Ukraine.
No,
You're
he
hearing
was
the Russian
born
accent.
there during the Soviet Union, but he lives in Australia and has been a citizen for a long time. Like, he's well known amongst the Australian fucking community that talks about this stuff. He's Australian. And he
I was at the
definitely has an
Harbour
Australian
Bridge
accent.
protest.
Dave can
Okay,
relate.
so Nick, did you see the radicals on the Harbour Bridge walk for Palestine who were causing
I was
problems?
there. I was counter protesting.
So what were you counter protesting?
People chanting "Gas the Jews."
The entire fake narrative, the danger in their movement. The fact that they had Hezbollah, Hamas flags flying, pictures of the Ayatollah Khomeini, idolized among their terrorist friends. It was crazy. There were literally people there that had served time at Goulburn, our highest security prison, for terrorism charges. They attended these protests.
Pro Russia or pro Ukraine?
Uh, I'm pro Ukraine. Listen, I'm not going to give any.
I'll put it
Everybody
bluntly.
knows I'm not going to give Ukraine any favors.
I'll put it bluntly for it because apparently people who don't understand the Soviet Jewish perspective. He is a Soviet-born Jewish person whose family was treated poorly under the Soviet Union, including in Ukraine, because the Soviet Union absolutely treated Jews like fucking garbage and pogromed them on a regular basis and put them in camps just like the Germans did, although they will never fucking admit it, and it's a well-documented historical fact. So although he supports Ukraine's right to sovereignty because what Russia's doing is wrong, he doesn't particularly have warm feelings towards Ukraine because of what the people in that region did to his family in the past.
Let me make it. Let me
I'm
make
going
it.
to put it myself.
Hold on. Hello, everybody. Let me make it a little
Hello.
simpler for everybody. How you doing? Let me make it a little simpler for everybody. The day after the Russians invaded the last time, I was sitting with my dad, and he looks at me and he said, by the way, I have the same background as Nick. He looked at me and he said, oh, Russians killing Ukrainians. Okay.
Yeah, that's
That was basically it.
that's just the news. Yeah. Also, he's British Australian. His opinion doesn't matter. Well, then I guess what the fuck? What the fuck are you saying? His opinion doesn't matter. Who the fuck are you to say his opinion doesn't matter?
No, I'm just trying to.
No, not
get
you,
where
not you. Someone in the
from.
chat
you,
saying
Kid.
someone in the chat says he's a British Australian and therefore his opinion doesn't matter. He's not even
When the fuck
British.
did I become British? When did I become British?
Let me tell you something. Anybody who doesn't understand the difference between the Brits and the Aussies, really, you don't matter. You're too
Like-
stupid to matter.
Like when I say, Nick, oi, how you going, cunt? He goes, how you going, mate? Australian.
What's happening, son?
Yeah, the thing
No,
is,
I'm
Brits
definitely
say
Australian.
that
I've lived in
too.
Australia for 37 years.
Okay, so Nick, you have to
Yeah.
understand the people on that march who were doing the Hezbollah thing, they were what we were talking about earlier. Shame you weren't here. There's always a few monster raving loonies in any demonstration who are just far out and they're not part of the actual whole zeitgeist of what the demonstration is about. So that walk across the harbour bridge was 99% about we want peace, we want to stop genocide.
But Kismet, I've had this discussion with you on my panel before because I came up and fucking advocated for you on a panel of a bunch of pro-Israelis who went after you, and they basically treated you like a pro-Palestinian moron that like just repeats false propaganda, and they basically accosted you, and I came to your defense. And then you came to my live, and I tried talking to you about this in a calm manner, where despite showing you actual recorded data about anti-Semitic hate crimes on the rise in Australia and anti-Semitic rhetoric in Australia on the rise, and the fact that it wasn't just a small amount of people, it was a very large amount of people in the protest literally yelling "gas the Jews," including after the Bondi massacre, people literally yelling to unalive the Jews, people who protested within 24 hours of it happening at Bondi Beach. You pushed back and said, no, despite the fact that it's the Jews saying, hey, the Muslims are attacking us, and there's a bunch of anti-Semitic hate going against us, you stated that's not true. It's the far right that's the real threat, the real problem. We had a discussion for about 2 hours on my live before. I don't know if you remember. Yeah, there was a 2-hour discussion where I was trying to talk to you about how the Jews are reaching out in Australia going, hey, yeah, the far right's a problem, but they're also sitting in the corner jacking off and everyone's laughing at them. But the people that are attacking us and doing things to the Jewish community are the extremist Muslim community. And you were saying, no, that's not it is the far right. It's not the Muslim community, it's the problem. It is the far right. We had this discussion for like 2 hours where I pulled up statistical data from Victoria Police. I pulled up all of this stuff.
So if I can have 2 seconds, Pat. So I was at that Harbour Bridge. That day, as I said, I was at the city side at Macquarie Street, at the city entrance to it, not the North Sydney where the main counter protest was. We were on the other side of the bridge, and I got there with 4 friends. There were 5 of us all together. A few people came and joined us while we were there, but it was just 5 of us. I can tell you the majority of people were not peaceful. At least the majority of the thousands of people that I encountered, they were not there with peaceful intentions. As soon as they saw, because we had a big Israeli flag with us, they had thousands of Palestinian flags. We had one Israeli flag and one massive Australian flag. It was the only Australian flag there on the day. Not a single one of those people flew an Australian flag as they marched across the harbour bridge. I would challenge you to find me news coverage of any Australian flags in the crowd. And the crowd was huge, right? These are not people who want to live our way of life. These are not people who embrace our values and our morals. These are people who want to bring a society from a sandpit half a world away and implement it among us. Okay, when they saw me, they foamed at the mouth like savages. I can tell you that from first-hand experience. Moreover, the Bondi shooter, the son, was there. He was marching with them. Legitimate terrorists were among these people. The majority of people that marched knew who they were marching with and knew who they were marching for. Okay, so I'm sorry, but this whole no, they just wanted to stop the genocide. I mean, for a first world nation that we are, for so much of our population to be so readily brainwashed to believing that a genocide or targeted elimination of a civilian population is happening is absurd. The lack of critical thinking, Kat, among the, I'd say, probably 60% of the population in Australia is absurd. I can't recognize my country people. The amount of people in Australia that have swallowed the propaganda up whole without thinking about it, without applying any critical thought, without going to primary sources, it's actually pretty embarrassing. I've got kids in the education system, and I'm scared.
Kismet, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Why do you think the Bondi Beach thing happened?
Oh, two monster raving loonies, basically.
And you don't think that those two loonies have any connection with a larger movement?
It's okay. So this has been looked into, and this is why I didn't like the idea of a royal commission, because what we really needed to find out is what went wrong with letting this guy. So the father never took Australian citizenship. The son was obviously radicalised as well. I think the father was probably part of that radicalisation, but
You guys
I
have
don't
hate
know.
speech laws, right, Kismet?
Yeah, we do. And the
Mhm.
thing is,
That
now,
includes social media posts where people get arrested for saying vile things against other people.
Yeah, and
Hang on. Did you know that one of the shooters had been seen posting on Facebook for years that he wanted to unalive Jews?
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Law
know if
enforcement.
that's true, because he
No,
was on
the
ASIO's
younger
radar.
yeah, he was on their radar because of shit like that, but they didn't enforce that law. They didn't enforce the hate speech laws where he was posting on Facebook that he wanted to unalive Jews.
This is the stuff we need to know, is why
Kismet,
he was. No, let me finish, all right?
Sure,
Okay.
sure.
This is the stuff we need to know. This is why we need an investigation, not a royal commission. Is that we need to know what went wrong.
Fuck. Sorry.
Oh fuck. Okay. With our vetting system and our surveillance system of.
I'm sorry, did you just say not a royal commission? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but did you say an investigation, not a royal commission? So you're
Okay,
happy for the investigation to be behind closed doors and non-transparent?
No, because it will be transparent. Why I think
According to who?
Okay, so if you look at the Jewish Council of Australia, which is the liberal Jewish group in Australia, because the Jewish people.
What about the Australian Council of Jewish Deputies? Are we going to look at them
Okay.
too, or we're just going to cherry pick?
No. I'm talking about, the thing is, the Jewish diaspora is not a cohesive group.
Diaspora.
No one is. Okay, you would agree with that?
The Jewish diaspora is what? Sorry, I missed that.
I said they're not a cohesive group. They have different points of view.
Well, we're not a monolith.
No, that's what I'm saying. Okay, but the thing is, what is of concern? Because I used to live in Caulfield. You know what Caulfield is, don't you?
It's a rough neighborhood in Melbourne, isn't it?
No, it's not a rough neighbourhood. It's a very Jewish neighbourhood in Melbourne.
Sorry, I don't. I haven't been to Melbourne in about 10 years. I don't remember the
Okay,
neighborhoods.
it's always been a Jewish neighbourhood. Okay, in fact, even the pedestrian lights, you don't have to press a button for them to cross, so Jewish people
I
can
mean,
actually
it's
cross the
they've
road on
also
the
had a
Sabbath.
massive rise in hate crimes against Jewish people, where Jewish people
Yeah, but the
contribute.
thing is,
Hang on,
Sam, Auntie is trying to come up.
okay.
I already
Can
clicked
I
on
just
Auntie. It's not
finish?
letting Auntie up. TikTok's bugged as fuck right now.
Okay, so
Hang on. Jewish people in that
three-
city, by the way, are 84% of the religious hate crimes, and 90% of the people that commit those hate crimes against those Jewish people were Muslims.
Okay, let me finish, because the thing is, the most heinous crimes that were done were actually orchestrated by Iran, and they engaged local criminals who were not anti anything at all. They were just
What do you
criminals.
mean? What do you mean? What?
Wait,
Just
Iran.
average.
Wait.
Wait. Hold on. Anthony, one sec. Are you telling me that an average everyday Australian was persuaded by Iranian influence to go and light a synagogue on fire? This person had nothing against Jews prior to him being approached by the Iranians. Are you serious right now, Kat? Like we're having an adult discussion, are we?
Okay,
Really? There was a pogrom, a literal pogrom where Jews were being hunted. No,
You're
really,
okay.
really,
No.
really. So
It's
what happened? What happened at the Israeli restaurant? What happened there?
I'm talking about the firebombing
No.
of
I'm
the
talking.
synagogue.
I'm talking about the pogrom when
It's not a
Australians
pogrom.
marching down the street chanting "Free Palestine" and globalize the Intifada,
Well,
idolizing
I've got a
terrorism,
point to
mind
make.
you.
I've got a point to make.
Saw an
So,
Israeli
hang on.
restaurant with Jews sitting outside and decided to fucking attack. You're telling me
Wait,
no, that wasn't a
there's
pogrom?
an important thing
Are you
here,
being serious?
Nick. I think you missed something. Kismet, you acknowledged that Iran was in charge of facilitating some of these things. What is the organization in charge of Iran currently? Do you know what their name is or their acronym?
They're not nice. I know that.
IRGC.
IRGC.
Okay.
What's the what? Do you know? Would you care to take a guess at what that I stands for?
IRGC, is that an acronym in English?
It's an acronym, but do you know what the first word in that acronym is? The one that starts with an I.
Iran.
No.
Nope. Islamic.
Israel.
Islamic.
So
the Revolutionary Guard Corps runs around.
That's who it is.
Yeah. So the Islamic State that forces Islam on all of their citizens reached out to these people because their interests aligned. It wasn't just they approached random criminals. They approached people whose ideology already aligned with them. Meaning when they reached out to this father and son who had openly been posting online about how much they hated Jews and wanted to unalive Jews and had even gone to foreign countries to receive training on firearms and stuff, they were more than willing to align with that stuff. So, like, again, that's what Dave was saying earlier and what Nick was saying earlier, when it's like, this isn't in a vacuum. This isn't out of nowhere. The IRGC didn't just reach out to random criminals. These are people that align with their interests.
No, the firebombing is what I'm talking about, and the caravan thing in New South Wales, that was a criminal conspiracy, and that ASIO has shown that. And the poor guy in St Kilda who had his Happy Hanukkah thing on his car, the guy was just some random person who had mental health issues, who'd been doing shit all over the place.
Wait, hold on. The person who firebombed a rabbi's car with his family inside the car, with his wife and children in the car, that was just a mental illness?
They weren't in the car. They were in the house.
They were in the car. No.
They weren't in the car.
Are you being serious right now? Who do you think knows more about this, me or you? Honestly.
I live in Melbourne, and I get the Age newspaper.
I don't care where you live or what newspaper you read. I've spoken with people who are related to this rabbi. The family was absolutely in the car.
They were in the house.
Holy shit! So that makes it okay.
No, even
if they weren't. Mind you, by the way, if they were in the house, why were all the windows wound down in the pictures of the car? Did they jump into a
I've
flaming
really
car?
got
Did they
no
jump? Did
idea
they
what
jump in?
you're talking
Did they
about.
jump into a flaming car and open the windows for some strange reason? That's kind of weird, don't you think? A projectile was thrown into the vehicle. The family luckily had enough time to exit the vehicle before it was engulfed by flames. Right? That is not a mental illness. That is pure unbridled hatred.
The
Simply
weren't
for the
in the
crime,
car, they were
simply for
in
the
the house,
crime,
and he'd
simply
gone through
simply
a crime
simply
spree.
simply for the crime of celebrating a Jewish holiday, a Jewish high holiday. That is why that happened to them. For you to be sitting here and minimizing a cat, I wanted to have an adult discussion with you, but that's disgusting. I don't know what kind of person you are, and I don't want to cast aspersions. I don't know you that well, but that was a pretty messed up thing to do.
It seems that she is running right into the point and missing it because she cannot seem to understand that two things can be true at the same time. The far right can be whole ass pieces of shit, dangerous, deadly motherfuckers. And the far left can be just as well. But there are so many people who do not want to understand that both fucking sides can be awful and are awful.
Oh, this is awful.
So this is coming from Auntie, who just WhatsApped me because she can't seem to get onto that panel.
Yeah,
Okay,
for those that don't
hold on,
for those that don't know, TikTok switched all the US stuff onto Oracle servers and everything's pretty fucked. Half the guests can't even request up right now. So, by the way,
Yeah.
tap the screen. I don't know how we got like 120 people in here, but we're only 17,000 likes. What the fuck are you guys doing? Come on.
For
I don't
36,000
I don't care. It shows 17,000 for me.
It shows
Also,
36 for me.
I don't give a fuck about the money or anything. Do the heart thing, join the team, fucking like do all that shit. Yes, we're on Oracle servers.
So, just to give you an Kismet, somebody who is a regular here but can't get up, Auntie Biscuit, she's a Brit. She used to be on the left, but she cannot stand dealing with an ideology or being a part of an ideology where all they do is try to find reasons to avoid things, reasons not to take on issues, reasons to basically say, I don't want to think about this. It doesn't completely align with my ideology, so I'm just going to ignore it. Okay?
Dave, I'm pretty sure she's Welsh. I want to be calling her a Brit.
That's true. That's true. She's got British citizenship. Okay, there's no such thing. Look, she can beat up on me later. Okay.
Okay, I'm looking at the ABC news report about the vehicle in St Kilda. All right, and it says the people weren't in the car, no one was injured, and the guy had been on a crime spree. He had firebombed other things. He'd done all sorts of weird shit. He obviously had.
Oh, okay. So he didn't target it because it had the Hanukkah sign on it. Is that what you're telling us?
Look, if I could post the ABC link, I can't, but apparently it's too long for the chat. So
Okay. Just real quick, I attended the Chabad in Bondi right after the attack. The attack that happened. They had a guest speaker who was a relative of the family. Okay, he spoke about the experience. Now I'm going to take his account of it over an ABC article, if you don't mind, Kat. Just going to be straight up with you.
I mean, she's acting like the news never gets anything wrong, or any. I mean, you're acting like the news never gets anything wrong right now.
okay, I'm talking about the ABC, which is very well regarded.
Wait, hang on. I'm reading. What's the title of the article? What's the title of the article?
Okay, I'll give it.
But at the same time, it doesn't matter though, because we all
Man charged in alleged. It's
Man charged in connection to alleged Hanukkah car arson in Melbourne Southeast.
Yeah, that's it.
Where does it say in this article that he had also been doing a bunch of other firebombings in the area?
It says it further down. If you've got the ABC, it was 3 a.m. No one was in the car.
Property. So in the Jewish neighborhood is all the things he did all these things.
St Kilda is not a Jewish neighborhood.
This incident occurred in the area with a significant Jewish population.
Not. Are you seeing Australian ABC?
Yup. I just read you the title of the article and you said it was the same thing. abc.net.au. Man charged in connection to alleged Hanukkah car arson in Melbourne's southeast.
And didn't we all just have this discussion about an hour ago about how like the news sensationalizes things and gets things wrong all the time?
The incident occurred in an area with a significant Jewish population and frightened the community in the wake of the Bondi terror attack, as well as arson attacks at the Adas Israel Synagogue in December 2024 and the East Melbourne Hebrew Congregation in 2025.
Yeah, that's the article. Now, St Kilda isn't actually particularly Jewish. It's more.
But I thought you
Caulfield.
said you were going off what the ABC said. They said it is.
Yeah, I am. And
But not the
thing is,
part where
it's
they
not-
said it's not Jewish?
No, there's Jewish people there, but it's not significant like Caulfield.
So you'll trust the other stuff in the article, but not the part that goes against your narrative where it says it was a Jewish neighborhood.
No, it is partly Jewish, but it's not overtly Jewish. And the thing is, the other things he targeted were not necessarily Jewish. So, anyway, he was obviously.
It doesn't say that.
Yeah, but the thing is, if it had been other Jewish businesses, it would have said it. It just said he was on a crime spree. It did not say he was on some sort of Jewish hate spree.
This is precisely what Biscuit was trying to say. You are doing the thing that Biscuit was stating he was driving him crazy.
So just real quick, while you sit here and try and minimize what is unmistakably an anti-Semitic attack, okay, while you sit here and try and make excuses for and minimize it, I'd like to ask you for one thing. Okay, can you point out an event carried out by a Jew or a pro-Israeli since 2023 where a pro-Palestinian march, a Islamic adorned vehicle, or a vehicle with a pro-Palestinian flag was attacked, firebombed, where people were shot, where people were targeted, where people were put into harm's way, simply because they're either Islamic or they support Palestine? When has that happened? Can you point that out to me, Kat? While we're trying to minimize things.
Okay, well, let's minimise things, because the one thing that concerns me is
Mhm.
the people most often getting racial attacks at the moment are Muslim women, because they're
Are you
easily
serious right
identifiable.
now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. What crime statistics are you going by, Kat?
Look,
Yeah.
they get their
Just anecdotal bullshit. Trust me, bro. Yeah, that sort of crime statistics. Have you got any sort of basis for your argument,
No,
or is that
wait a
just
minute, Nick.
Yeah,
I'm curious
no.
about this. Wait, 1 second.
That is the most
Kismet.
ridiculous.
Wait, Nick.
Oh my
I just have a
God.
question for Kismet. Just 1 second.
Fine,
Kismet.
bro.
Kismet. Who are the perpetrators of these alleged attacks on Muslim women?
bogan Australians, basically.
I don't know what that means.
I'll tell him what a bogan is.
Rednecks.
Yeah, just think
Yeah.
rednecks.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So basically, the whole thing has made
Thank you for the gifts,
everyone,
guys.
yeah, start hating each other when we actually all need to fucking get along.
Hold on.
Wait,
On
so-
the 9th of September 2023, there was only one group on the steps of the Opera House chanting for the death of another group, and it wasn't pro-Israelis, and it wasn't Jews. Do you want to have a guess who it was, Kat?
No.
On the steps of the Sydney Opera House.
Okay, it was actually established. They weren't saying what you claim they were saying.
No, they were.
Wait,
no, they were.
let's narrow it down then, Nick. Hold on. What was it that they were claiming they were?
oh
Hang on,
my-
hang on. What did people claim they were saying?
They were saying death.
You're delusional, woman. You're delusional.
Hang on, you're
The
saying.
claim-
You don't live on the same
Wait,
planet as
Nick,
us.
Nick,
Okay,
hold on. What was the claim, Kismet?
Again, look up the ABC report
Hey,
on this.
I want to hear what the claim was. What was
The
what,
ABC
hang on,
is not
Nick,
reliable. What
Nick,
is
Nick,
wrong with
Nick,
you?
Nick, hold on,
It
hold
has
on.
faced multiple
Hold on, Nick,
law cases for.
Nick, hold on. This is important. Kismet, what was the claim of what they were saying?
The claim was they were saying death to. What they were saying
Hey,
was where
Death to who?
from what my memory.
They weren't saying death to or where are. They were saying gas the Jews. Gas the Jews. Gas the Jews. One of the chants was where's the Jews? By the way, a mob, an angry mob who are actively throwing flares, all right, and inflamed other items at a row of police officers, chanting,
And
"Where's the Jews?" What do they want to do? Give the Jews a
yeah.
medal? You
Oh
think they
yeah, we
want us
just
to
want to
have a
know. We
discussion with
just
them?
want to know where they are to talk to them. Hang on,
One of the chants was, "Where's the Jews?"
Nick. Even if that was "Where's the Jews," that makes it better somehow. Where's an angry mob of people waving non-Australian flags, waving flags of literal terrorist organizations and the Palestinian flag, yelling, "Where's the Jews?" That's not
In an
bad.
environment where the government had to ask all Jewish people to stay out of the Sydney Central Business District for their own safety, where 2 Jewish men were arrested simply for walking down the street in the middle of Sydney
That's
for, quote, and I'm using air quotes, for their safety.
that's messed up. So instead of the police protecting the Jewish people, they say,
Oh,
"Oh, stay
dozens.
in your homes."
Rather,
That's fucked.
dozens of Jews have been arrested, presumably for their safety, removed from near pro-Palestinians or pro-Palestinian rallies, because it's easier for the police
Eh,
to do that
Hang on, wait. I'd
than
like to point
enforce
out
the
again.
laws.
Even someone in the chat says they're saying, "Where's the Jews?" Even if that's what your defense is, that they're saying, "Where's the Jews?" Do you realize you're still admitting they're demanding to know where Jews are while angrily protesting against Jews?
And it's assaulting police officers.
Okay, so what they were asking, because a lot of Jewish people do not agree with
She's
what
going to make excuses for it.
Wait,
Oh
no,
my
no, no, no. Kiss
God.
me, kiss me.
Let
Hang
her-
on, let her
Let her
finish.
finish her thought.
They were
Okay,
saying,
so-
wait, the reason they were saying, "Where's the Jews?" is what now?
because they wanted support from the Jewish community in Australia.
Get
Now,
out.
Keep it.
Get out.
That was fucking insane.
I wanted
And
someone.
Where's the Jews? We want their support. Where's the Jews? Yeah, that's
I wanted one of you guys to ask her just flat out, "Why do you hate the Jewish people?"
no. I had
because she's
a, I had a,
brainwashed by
two,
the
I
liberal
had,
Australian media.
I had a 2-hour conversation with her where she was genuinely making the argument that it wasn't the Muslim extremist community that's been targeting Jews for the last few years. It's explicitly the far right, and the far right is the real danger. She's basically repeating what fucking Albanese is saying. She's just parroting it.
I mean, it's insane. They didn't want to have tea and crumpets.
I am absolutely beside. I mean, I've met some delusional fucktards in my day, but that one was insane.
I like how the default wasn't, oh, well, it's nothing that even sounds like "Where's the Jews?" You're admitting it was they're demanding to know where Jews are. Even if that is your excuse, that's arguably just as bad. Where's the Jews? Why? What are you going to do with them? What are you going to do when you find the Jews?
Tea and crumpets.
The Australian Jewish Council says that they were just trying to find Jewish allies.
And also, Anthony, if you watch the whole report or video on of it, when they're throwing the flares at police officers, they are absolutely 1000% saying "gas the Jews."
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
No,
I'm
not
gonna
that
look
there's
for.
context
Hang
there or
on.
anything.
Where is the article from the Australian Jewish Council that says the same thing you just said, Kismet? I'd like to read it. By the way, yeah, remember the I in IRGC for Iran stands for Israel. Auntie, I've tried hitting accept and it's just not letting you up.
That was the most. You know what? I'll just name every single English word that begins with a letter I until I land on one.
That's.
Oh, and apparently I don't have an Australian accent. I have a British accent.
Also, I do like how some of the Australian police said there's no evidence of anti-Semitism at this pro-Palestinian protest.
I mean, you could very well have a British accent, but all those kangaroos in your yard say different.
We didn't find any alleged chanting of "gas the Jews." Here's a video of them yelling "gas the Jews." Did all those officers just lose their fucking hearing on those stairs?
Yeah. Because they didn't want to see him.
Did you find the article? Wait,
Anthony. They didn't even arrest anyone for assault on police.
I'm
Like,
looking
that's
for something
crazy.
from the Australian Jewish Council, and I just see something on anti-Semitism in Australia. Let's see. Control F, gas. Let's see. Okay.
They are very liberal,
2000
so I don't know. What
2023, 2 days after Hamas terror attack on Israel that killed more than 1,200 people and about 1,000 anti-Israel demonstrators marched through downtown Sydney, reportedly chanting anti-Semitic slogans including "F the Jews," "Where's the Jews," and "Gas the Jews." So all of the above. Demonstrators made their way towards Sydney's iconic Opera House, which were illuminated in blue and white to show solidarity with Israel. So the Australian Jewish Council does not say they were just asking where the Jews were to be friends. The Australian Jewish Council straight up says they were chanting "F the Jews," "Where's the Jews," and "Gas the Jews." So you were wrong.
But Anthony,
Here,
you don't understand.
Look, Australian Jewish Council, but you don't understand.
No, what you don't understand is that woman and a lot of people like her, they have a filter. They have everything they say has to align with their narrative, and if it doesn't, then their brain magically disappears the part that doesn't, and only has the part that does.
I mean,
I've met righties on this. You ever discuss the law with a right winger in the States? It's the same thing.
This is like, remember, this is. I wish we had more people like PTX, the Australian, who came up here. That I think, Nick, were you on that panel? We talked to her about all the fucking anti-Semitic stuff that happens in Australia, and she was like, "Oh shit, I actually wasn't paying attention to this stuff." That was someone who was open to, again, someone who came from the pro-Ukrainian community, who has heard me talk for and heard us speak and listened to things and had an open dialogue with us, went back and forth, was actually willing to go, "Oh shit, I didn't realize this," and I feel really bad now because I feel like I've kind of given the middle finger to the Jewish community that I claim to support. I realize that now what I've been doing has been the opposite of that.
This is for Monty again. Make Australia great.
Wait, hang on. From someone with the fucking who's been saying bullshit in the chat the whole time. Projection at its finest, followed by "Where's the groypers when you need them?" So you want Nazis to be here.
Good job.
Amazing.
Dave, you missed a BHI last night.
How do you feel about Candace Owens?
She's just telling the truth.
She's just asking questions.
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk was a time traveler, and they both had X-Men superpowers.
That was the best. When you told me that was the best.
That's
Charlie
Jewish
Kirk
space flavors level of delusion.
Yeah,
Dude,
well,
Charlie Kirk's a time traveler. I love
this
it.
host versus reading comprehension challenge. Yes, all of these books, and I don't know how to fucking read.
So what you
Auntie can comment now.
before
Maybe she can request up.
No, it's been like super bugs. So like
able to comment on it.
half the guests actually don't even have the option to come up on the panel. Like there's no fucking button. It just so because they switched everything over to Oracle servers yesterday, they absolutely butt fucked the entire app. Like even CapCut is severely down.
Oh no, forget it. Half of my For You page is in Arabic.
Yeah, also videos that you like are popping back up. Your likes aren't saving.
Yeah.
I guess you're on with them after all.
Also,
Yeah.
what else was
Exactly.
it? Oh, people's lives in America when they ended them weren't actually ending. It was just they would end it on their phone.
Yes, yours kept on going for hours. Hours.
Yeah, I got logged out of the app on my phone too, and I couldn't even log back in for hours. Nick's did the same thing. Also, for a lot of people in the comments right now, they can't see that you two are on the panel. They can't see you.
Can they hear us?
I recognized Nick's voice, but I didn't know who that was until I got on the panel, and then it registered.
Okay. No, my problem's been not being able to log into lives. Like you just go into the.
A lot of the American lives are just fucked.
Yep.
I couldn't repost anything yesterday night. Yeah. Israel's purpose is Western influence in the Middle East. Well, I mean,
Look,
Israel's
anybody
purpose
who
for
has a-
themselves is to fucking live.
Yeah, anybody who has a hammer and sickle in their name is automatically a tard. I'm sorry, Divine Fool.
Oh, God, if American TikTok ownership allows me to say that word again, oh, God.
I know. Oh, God, I know. I know.
That would be amazing.
There are words that need to be said.
Especially
And
when
by
you're
the
dealing
way,
with
by the way, Divine Fool, if you would like to speak to us in the mother tongue of Lenin and well, not necessarily Stalin, he was Georgian, but of Lenin and all the other ones, please come up. Both me and Nick
I don't know if that can come up. I don't know if that can come up. But
That's true.
$20 says they've never lived under socialism.
Exactly. Oh God.
No one idolizing socialism has ever experienced it. I'm convinced of it. Not a single person who's ever lived under it or experienced it.
There are a few.
There are a few.
Hang on, but it always falls in the same category. If you'll notice, if you talk to people who say, "Oh, my parents loved the Soviet Union and socialism," it is always specifically people who were well off, and usually oligarchs in the Soviet Union, because they didn't live through all the bullshit the other people lived through. One of my Armenian friend, who we disagree about Ukraine because of his whole shit with Azerbaijan and Armenia, he's Armenian. His parents were well off in the Soviet Union. His parents were scholars and musicians, and they had money. They had two Ladas. That's how we're sure. Two Ladas.
Oh, yeah.
And a dacha and a main house. So his family liked the Soviet Union. They liked socialism because they did really well. Other people, your average person, not so much.
So there is a small number of people right now in Russia who look back at that time and go, "Oh, that was great," because Russia is an absolute shithole right now that has completely collapsed. And they remember a time when things kind of worked, sort of worked. So they'd rather have that than what they have today.
Yeah. Yes, dear. How much Kool-Aid did you drink? What the fuck are you? Who drank what Kool-Aid? What are you talking about? What countries are under socialism now? Not many.
Well, right now you got Cuba. You have North Korea.
I do love the excuse, by the way, when every time socialism fails, they go, "Oh, well, that's because capitalism interfered." Really, your system's system's so weak that just a little bit of capitalism could get in the way of it.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious. But no, my favorites are the ones who, whenever you point out that they consistently and irrevocably fail within a very short period of time, they always say, "Well, it hasn't been done right."
Yeah.
And every single time they move on to another. Well, they didn't do it right. I remember years ago when everyone's like, Venezuela is the true beacon of socialism. How'd that work out?
Yeah.
Oh, Venezuela. By the way, yeah,
Cuba is, and ostensibly the CCCP, ostensibly, but
not really, they all reject the CCCP.
No. My theory is that the Chinese aren't just capitalists; they are ultra capitalists. They are the
elites
capitalist of capital. Most of them. Well, that if the elites run the place,
they're opportunists.
Absolutely. Which are capitalism. Capitalism. A lot of it is opportunism as well.
Dave, did you see this? What happened with the court order?
Which one? There's so many.
So, judge blocks Trump administration from destroying or altering evidence in deadly Minnesota shooting.
That one. Yes, I saw it last night. Good.
So, for those who don't know, late Saturday night, U.S. District Judge Eric Tostrud granted a temporary restraining order preventing federal agencies from destroying evidence tied to Alex Preedy's fatal shooting at 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on January 24, 2026. Seeking to preserve evidence, Hennepin County Attorney's Office and Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension asked the U.S. District Court for a temporary restraining order after federal agents blocked investigators Saturday with Moriarty stating, quote, "I will not rest to achieve transparency and accountability," end quote. Multiple witness videos showed Alex Preedy, blah, blah, blah. We already know that. He had a fucking cell phone on him after they took his gun. They claimed that he was there to violently resist. Judge Eric Tostrud set a Monday afternoon hearing to allow federal arguments, while Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison said the ruling, quote, "protects that investigation by barring federal agents from altering or destroying any evidence." The shooting adds to a string of recent deaths in Minnesota, with Governor Tim Walz urging removal of 3,000 untrained agents, and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey calling for federal forces to leave, citing increased violence this month.
Hold on, Anthony. Anthony. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to say that this is actually in reaction to what happened with Nicole Good, with the what's her head, Nicole Good, was that the first name? Where they cleared the scene within a few hours, where the FBI and whatever and ICE cleared the scene.
Renee Good.
Yeah, Renee Good. Thank you, Renee Good. But I want to address Divine Fool. The U.S. spent $25 trillion on Cold War. That's quite a lot to invest in a system that doesn't work. Divine Fool. the U.S. did indeed invest quite a bit of money for the Cold War. Do you know how much of that, like by percentage? That was less than 5% of our GDP. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, the country that arguably should have had the richest economy on the planet because of the sheer size and access to mineral wealth that they had, collapsed under its own weight because they were so inefficient because of the system that they were systemically so inefficient that they collapsed under their own weight, that they couldn't get enough. They were spending between 20 to 50% of their entire GDP on their military during the Cold War and collapsed themselves. So please tell, if you're going system for system, which one's around and which one is in the dustbin of history. Do tell, please. And by the way, same thing happened in Cuba. Same thing happened in Venezuela. Same thing happened in North Korea. Same thing happens in, arguably not in China because they switched to an ultra-capitalist system. The only ones that you could say are somewhat not absolute shitholes is Vietnam. Anyway, next.
So Dave, what some of the discussion we've been having today is going over the incident, but also how the media is playing the protests and self-validating each side of the argument right now, because even the left-leaning media isn't showing predominantly the people that are peacefully protesting. I'm seeing more people peacefully protesting on TikTok lives. But what they are showing is the people going into a church, being asked to leave, now trespassing, staying there, and accosting family members and their children, screaming in their faces, making violent threats, beating the shit out of a random man on the sidewalk because he was ignoring people trying to walk to work, and they called him a Nazi and knocked him out and found out he was one of them. Trapping a bunch of IT personnel, little IT contractors, in a cafe because they thought they were ICE and someone yelled out "ICE is here" and violently threatening them. Shit like that, or the cheering while people break into an ICE vehicle, a federal vehicle, and steal federal law enforcement weapons and post them online. That validates the shit that the people on the right are saying, which destroys the entire purpose of the movement. And you're losing the argument before it's even began. But then I also see the shit on the right where people are just doing the exact same shit, making threats, doing all this. Like, it's fucking self-validating all around. When it comes to the Alex Good thing, I don't know if you've heard what my take on this was. First of all, unlawful, just to get that out of the way. Have you heard my breakdown on the videos?
I have not heard your breakdown. I've seen plenty. This is
give mine.
Samthony, this is going to be the most well-documented unaliving or purposeful unaliving in history. So far, I've seen 5 different angles. None of them are good.
You know what's funny is I think sad actually. I think the federal government's going to try to pin it on SIG.
Operation SIG?
No. Sig Sauer.
Sig Sauer. Oh, of course, because P320.
Dave, do you know the first shot? It came from the SIG. Well, in the officer's hand.
But the officer was holding it.
His finger's not on the trigger.
You're kidding me. They had taken the pew pew and they're gonna try to pin it on SIG.
I have a feeling they're going to, because the whole argument of he shouldn't have had a gun there is going to fall flat on its face. You and I both know that.
Of course it is. No, the NRA is already the NRA of all things.
We know that's not going to work. So I think they're going to default to trying to say he was an agitator. The videos leading up to it are going to show he wasn't, and then I think they're going to fall back on blaming SIG. Because the negligent discharge from the SIG firearm resulted in you've probably heard the term.
There's no way that
You've probably heard the term sympathy fire. Have you heard that?
I've heard it. Yeah, I've heard it. One guy shoots, everybody shoots. I've heard it.
Yeah. So, let me show this.
This is bullshit. It's going to be bullshit.
I have a feeling that's what their excuse is going to be.
Well, there's another part of it.
I'll show this real quick and then we'll get to your part. So here we have this video. Watch this dum-dum here in green and watch that guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That guy right there, I don't know how well you guys can hear it over the whistling, but I can hear it on my headphone. He's going, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. That officer is screaming that he has seen a firearm on Alex, which results in he's got a gun. That guy panics, unholsters.
Yeah.
Someone over here panics and unholsters. Now we'll pause there. That man who has just said he's got a gun, has walked away without
Yeah.
saying a word.
Mm-hmm. No, I've seen that. I've seen him
Yeah.
get the gun and walk away. Different angle.
Yep.
He's the guy in the gray.
Yep.
There he is. He's got
That
the gun.
shot, that's that gun. Now, if you look at the slowed version,
They're going to blame it on Sig.
I have a feeling they are.
You're showing
Okay.
the thing.
Yeah. Watch.
I'm
You
looking
can
to see if
see
the slide modes.
slides back.
Yeah.
The slides
Maybe.
back, and you can see his wrist move. And if you look at some of the other videos from down the street more, you can see him look down at it. You see him look down at the pistol. I have a feeling they're going to pin it on this. And the problem is that's not going to work because
Well, it's
I
not
don't
a
know.
problem.
I don't know who's going to get charged more, this officer or the guy that did the sympathy fire. Because the guy that did the sympathy fire also almost shoots his fellow officer on the other side of Alex. Also, his pistol is right here next to another officer's face. And also, he didn't see a weapon and just started firing. Even if sympathy fire is a thing, which it is, if the precursor is not justified, the sympathy fire is not going to be justified either. And the precursor in this is this guy NDs with Alex's gun.
Actually, Samthony, if you're
Mhm.
talking about the courts or the courts of public opinion, because
I know
courts
the
of
public opinion. I know.
Yeah, no, public opinion. The courts aren't going to touch this because he's not going to get charged. He would have to get charged by the DOJ, and the DOJ ain't going to do it. Guarantee you. Same thing as the Renee Good situation.
Have you seen the video from inside the car? Yeah, the video from inside the car shows
Yes.
the ICE agent essentially roping Alex into something that had nothing to do with him, macing him, realizing this man's a fucking boss and Mace didn't do shit to him, and then weakly attempting to whomp him over the head with a can of mace, and then multiple officers jumping on him. He was legally
So a couple of
authorized to carry
questions
that
from the-
firearm. Mhm.
A couple of questions from the ignorant resident Aussie, British person. First of all, the original report said that it wasn't ICE, that the shooting was by Border Patrol. Is that true?
What? Who put
Say
that
what?
out? Who said it was
Initial
Border
report
Patrol?
said that it was Border Patrol, not ICE.
ICE and Border Patrol are essentially the same agency. They're
Yeah,
somewhat different. but they're
if
pretty
someone
much the same.
that sounds like someone either put something out to be misleading
Isn't
or
ICE the
confusion.
Department of Border Patrol? I thought.
Yeah, one
Yeah.
is so
Subset of the other.
immigration and border enforcement, and then ICE is immigration and customs enforcement. It's the same department. I'm truthfully, I don't have the time to look up and see exactly how they are different, but they're doing the same things. They're doing it on the same orders.
So the other thing that I was going to ask you spent a lot of time last night's or yesterday's live, Anthony. I remember you spoke about like, could a reasonable person
Mhm.
have believed that their life was in danger? So
Mhm.
the officer who fired, or you said sympathetic
Mm-hmm.
fire, he didn't know that the guy had been disarmed. So
Mhm.
when he heard the shot, he didn't know that his life wasn't in danger.
Mhm.
Like within a second, he saw one of his fellow officers said gun.
The
then he
problem
shot a
with
shot.
the problem with that is that's still based on the precursor. So that's based on, is the first initial point validated? So if the first incident of that shot being fired is validated by it being Alex holding his own firearm or something happening in the scuffle with Alex, that could be a valid argument. But because we have the officer who has officially disarmed him, the officer has not notified his fellow officers that he has disarmed him, and it is now the officer who fires the shot, it now invalidates the sympathetic firing, which is why in the case with Renee Good, where you see what authorizes where you get to the authorization of lethal force when it comes to was he in fear for life, safety, or bodily harm, the precursor to that is, was she lawfully detained? Could a reasonable average person in her position come to the assertion that they were being lawfully detained and therefore not authorized to leave? That part, because that is authorized and justified, then comes into the justification of the lethal force. In this case, the preceding event, not validated. That now invalidates the sympathetic
But that
firing.
wasn't information that the officer had when he fired.
Yes, but again, when it comes down to the legal sense, because that wasn't validated, because it was the officer that did it, it now invalidates the other officer firing, even if, because the other officer had no idea, to him it made sense. To him in that moment, it does make sense. From his perspective, I absolutely see it. But because his fellow officer is a fucking numpty and ran away like fucking Skeletor, he's fucked.
Yeah, no,
he's fucked.
This whole thing is absolutely fucked. I mean, when MTG, when Marjorie Taylor Greene, and thank you for bringing that up, Biscuit, when Marjorie Taylor Greene comes up and says this was wrong, you really have nothing.
Jewish space laser lady.
Yes. And
so to be conspiracist for just a second, the fact that it's all happening in the one place in Minnesota where all of the attention has been on other things in that city. Does that feel convenient to anyone? Or?
No, it doesn't. That feels like that's not a conspiracy. It's stupidity. So Nick, and I understand this is you're coming to this from an outside looking in kind of situation. So what we have here is our president directing and micromanaging. I want a big push into Minnesota. So they devote 20,000, whatever they call them, idiots, to Minnesota. So of course, when you have them running around, running rampant, and most of them are poorly trained, recent employees, they recently started with ICE because ICE needed people. So they're basically allowing anybody to join up, anybody with a hard on.
Hello from Romania.
Yeah.
I would be interested in doing a podcast.
You have these sloppy.
Sorry, real quick. Shoot me a DM to my inbox. I think that was you at the request. I clicked accept. The app is kind of fucked right now because America fucked up the servers, so it's just not letting you up for some reason. I didn't even know how the fuck Dave got up here. Shoot me a magic. DM. Jewish magic.
Exactly.
But Dave, I actually considered that, and I looked it up, and it says that ICE have been performing operations, or increased operations, in Minnesota, California, not New Orleans, Saint something? St. Louis?
St. Louis.
Yeah, in a whole bunch of states. So it's not like the president just said, focus only on Minnesota.
Sorry. And again, I'm giving this to, you're not familiar with the US. So there are many more undocumented immigrants in Texas and in Florida, but those are red states. Those are states that vote for our orange prick. The states that we're talking about, Minnesota, St. Louis is a very blue city in somewhat red state. All of the places that he's targeting are places that vote against him, that voted against him, that are firmly against him, that are full of Democrats, not Republicans. So that's what he's doing, despite the fact that it would be much easier by dint of statistics to get people in Texas and in Florida and other states where there are larger concentrations of undocumented immigrants. The one place that he's not going to is New York City, interestingly enough, not in this kind of force, because the city of 8.5 million people, and likely, if you think Minnesota would be bad, God help him if he comes here. Not him. God help the ICE agency, because they would be. He's not even sure if the NYPD would back them at all.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Like in where he spoke, again, you're right. I don't live there, right? But
I'm not blaming you for not living here. I
don't know as much about America as you do. But
that may be the disconnect. That's all I'm saying.
The point is, he's not sending ICE into like Florida or a lot of places in Texas because the police are cooperating, right? The local government, the local enforcement, they're cooperating with ICE. They're not blocking ICE.
Then bring them in New York. Then bring them here where they're not cooperating. No, you are. Respectfully, you're wrong. You're wrong because he's doing this specifically. He is doing this specifically to rile up his base and to try to create a situation.
Remember that self-validating part I mentioned, Nick, where things are going back and forth. The actions of people on the left are inherently self-justifying the opinions of people on the far right, and the opinions and rhetoric from people on the far right are then reinforcing and justifying the actions of the people on the left. Sorry, the far left.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah.
This is a huge issue.
Like we do
Well,
have
for
ICE
example,
going.
are there any centrist blue states that don't block ICE and don't impede these sorts of roundups that have been targeted? Is that a thing? But that's what we need to look at if we're going to say that he's specifically targeting all blue states just by virtue of being blue, right? Like that's the sort of objective fact that would prove that statement, right?
I am trying to parse what you're saying, Nick, and I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
So are there any Democrat states or Democrat-run states that are more centrist, that don't impede ICE operations?
Colorado is one. There are plenty. There's Colorado.
But have they been targeted as well?
Colorado's having an issue with ICE right now.
Yeah.
Are they? The sanctuary cities are not wanting to comply.
Yeah, and we're not. And they're not.
So they're blocking.
But
so
I mean,
blocking
even
ICE.
in Texas, we're having ICE go all over the place. But yeah, it's funny, in Texas, you get a lot of the legal immigrants who've gone through the process. You're like, nah, fuck these people. I had to pay and wait. You got to do it too. And it's like,
oh yeah, no, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
But I thought you just said that Texas and Florida aren't being targeted by ICE.
No,
they're not like
Minnesota.
They're not like explicitly targeted. Like if it targeted in this sense, like the way Minnesota's being targeted because of what's going on and because of the pushback, if you were to target Texas in the same manner, you'd probably have to have the entirety of ICE in Texas because of how big and spread out we are and how many people there are here. You'd have to have all of ICE covering the whole state. But in Minnesota, because it's a smaller state and it's a smaller localized area, you could still, with a larger than normal ICE presence, cause significant issues.
Are they rounding up? Who are they round? Like, are there stats on who's being taken in by ICE, specifically in Minnesota? Like, are they going after the Somali community, or is it specifically?
So they're going after whoever. I'm not sure if they're specifically going after the Somali community. What was that?
Oh,
well, there are a large number of Somali immigrants there. I assume a certain amount of them are undocumented, but you have a lot more undocumented people in states, in larger concentration of undocumented people in different places where they're not concentrating nearly as hard on. There's also, somebody mentioned in the chat, there's also the Somali. A lot of the what do you call them? The Somali scams are now in the news. Which I will tell you that, and Nick, between me, you, and the lamppost, there are so many Russian speakers that are scamming New York City right now. I couldn't even begin to tell you. There are so many different scams that are happening, but they're not getting this as much attention in the media, so it's not really hitting dumb McWhitehouse.
Well, if it is a response to what's been out about the Somali fraud, then that needs to absolutely be followed up by the DOJ, right?
Yes, but not by ICE. ICE isn't the agency to do that. That's called the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Because
FBI,
if they're
where?
scamming federal funds, then they're the ones who should be. They're the ones who should be actually investigating.
David from Australia is asking you, how active is ICE in Chicago?
I don't know. I'm going to assume it's not getting that much play in the news, so I'm going to assume it's not as much. Only because if they came I mean, Chicago in the United States is a lot of times referred to as the second city, New York being the first one. So if they started flooding into Chicago, it would make the news immediately.
Dave, they already did.
Flooded like Minnesota?
Lots of local news reportings. Operation Midway Blitz, late 2025. Mass large-scale operations in Chicago.
They have really? Well, it looks like Chicago is doing what they do.
I mean, also, the people in Chicago, I'm going to be real, the people in Chicago probably don't like foreigners, period, whether they're legal or not.
Yeah,
Oh my god, Dave.
What?
I'm sitting here imagining a bunch of Italians whose families came here like fucking decades ago going, yeah, fuck, I'm getting
Yeah, oh no, absolutely.
the Italians who came here as immigrants going, nah, fuck the immigrants.
Dude, you talk to the Russian Jewish community. Same shit. Say the Russian Jewish community in New York, same shit. Fuck them. I'm not happy about it, but yeah, that's the reaction a lot of times. Russian-speaking Jewish community, I say. I should call them that. But yeah, it's the same shit. Not proud of it. Yeah. So yeah, it's a shit show. Anywho, Anthony, I gotta go. It's 7:00. Even though school's out, I gotta get shit together. I gotta shovel my goddamn driveway. How'd you guys get through it? How's your?
I made a
You got any ice?
I made a slide.
You made a slide.
Anthony's been live for like 4 days in a row.
Yeah, that's true.
This hasn't happened for about 6 months.
Hang on.
This
I
is
gotta
true.
hang on. TikTok Sam put on live. I made a funny video earlier
Okay, show us the funny video, and then I gotta go.
because it's not showing up when you actually go to my fucking profile. Hold on. Where did my browser just go? Fucking TikTok. What? No. Sam 41 _live. Is he even gonna show the video? Some posts.
Sam, look at the in the chat. Roger Smith. I'm guessing you all already know about the attempted military coup in China.
China's cracking down on some generals who
Oh,
are
that I heard about.
yeah.
It's not necessarily a military coup. They're just doing what
Okay.
they usually do and
Okay.
knock out anybody who they think is too powerful.
So I made this.
Funnily enough, another hallmark of socialism.
Damn it, Nick! Quiet. You gotta hear the video.
Yeah, it's about 6 inches.
And the caption I put is looks pretty big to me. Above average, if anything.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
See it. We got about like 9-10 inches of snow. That was just at the backyard that I cleared at the door. Everything's fucked. How are Pete and Hat's lives going about this shooting, Nick?
I don't know. I haven't been on TikTok very much.
I scrolled by earlier, and even though the live only half loaded, there was a lot of yelling, and I went, "Oh no!" And I think it was Jade was up there just fucking screaming at people.
There's always yelling on Pete's lives.
Always, it's her and that other. They just fucking scream all the goddamn time. Guys, if the live's not loading for you or the guest stuff's not working, if the live's fucked up for you, you guys can click on my profile, go to the link tree in my bio.
120 viewers.
Yeah. Click on the link tree in my bio. You guys can go to Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are live on all three of those platforms at the same time as we are live on TikTok. The layout's much better. It's easier to see and everything. You can still see the chat. You could type in YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter chat, and the screen share is a lot easier. Also, drop a follow if you guys want. For background on myself, my name is Anthony Scott. Served 10 years in the United States Marine Corps doing combat marksmanship instruction, doctrine development. A lot of the things I did and helped create will go on to train Marines for years to come. I did all the digital programming for simulator systems the Marine Corps uses for marksmanship. I created the training material for the M18 pistol, SIG, ironically, that the Marine Corps uses because Quantico decided to issue it without training material. I also have over a decade in geopolitical and foreign affairs experience at a private consulting and advisory job. Also, thank you for the follow on. I don't know what the fuck platform that was, but I also worked at a governmental level doing advisory council work for different politicians at a congressional and senate level. I've also been to the front lines of Ukraine, training Ukrainian soldiers voluntarily on my own dime. No one paid me or anything, and went on my own after I got out of the military. Thank you to the people that just followed on. I don't know what platform it didn't show me what platform you just followed on, but thank you. Do you think we'll attack Iran?
I don't want to speak for
Possibly.
you, Anthony, but I'm pretty sure you don't think America's going to strike Iran, do you?
I mean, we could. I don't think it's off the table entirely. I think the U.S. is probably weighing the option of, does it actually accomplish anything? I mean, it's got to look cool and it'll accomplish something for us, but will it actually accomplish any actual purpose?
I'm sorry. I'm just, I thought I misread that. I thought you said, why do you think? But you said, do you think? My bad.
Yeah, no, I just think we probably could. It's definitely not off the table. The U.S. is probably weighing the options right now of, okay, what targets would we even hit? Why are we selecting these targets? What's the significance and the relevancy of it? Does hitting these targets change anything? Like, let's say you take out the Ayatollah. That still may not stop the IRGC. That may not stop anything. Let's say you take out some targets and now, okay, we've just sped up the power vacuum and all these groups that were called in by the IRGC now decide they want to take a shot at things. Like, this is going to be very much deliberated at a very long and exhausting level. The whole Greenland thing was used to get attention away from move towards Iran. It seems, kinda.
Well, I would have thought that, like, while the US strikes the IRGC, that Israel would take care of those groups, right? It'd have to be a joint thing.
Possibly. Doesn't have to be. This app is so fucked right now. Like, the viewers are going up and down. I can't even see the likes properly right now. I'm only seeing it at, oh fuck, someone subscribed somewhere. Thank you. I'm only seeing 19,000 likes right now. What are you guys seeing? Anyone? Greenland was in part to crash stocks so those in the know could take in bans. Of course, of course it's the communist that thinks something like that. Okay. 38,000? What the fuck? Fuck it, let's bump those numbers up. Let's get higher than 38. Let's get to 50. Yeah, so like half the guests right now can't even see that you're on the panel and they don't even see the option to come up. It's really weird.
I'd say, do you want to restart? But everyone's having the same problems.
Yeah, no, it's all the American lives. I did restart already once tonight. Dog, argue against it, argue for it. You made a claim that you didn't substantiate with anything other than you said it. If you're going to make a claim like that, you need to substantiate it with supporting evidence.
Also, why, Divine, are you trying to have a conversation from the comment section? Why not just request up and...
I mean, he might not have he might not have a request option, to be honest. But like for me, the whole thing with Greenland is there is a valid argument to be made why either security needs to be beefed up at a fucking massive rampant rate by someone, and if that someone happens to be the United States and we take charge of that, then that's also good. The shipping lanes will be unfreezing at least for a portion of the year, or at least half the year, within the next 50 years. That opens up a massive trade route, a massive economic flow of money, that opens up avenues of approach to the United States and our allies. Putting stuff in that region also serves as a deterrence to Russia and China because you can station other assets there that can be used against them. There's also massive mineral resources there. There's a whole multitude of reasons why there is a valid argument to at least have a foothold in Greenland. The whole thing of, oh, I'm just going to invade. Now, that's a bunch of bullshit. That was fucking stupid. He embellished through threats for military action and massive tariffs, then quickly pulled back. Well, he quickly pulled back because they caved. They didn't give us all of Greenland, but they literally gave us a fucking autonomous zone. Like, somehow, because people have caved to Trump's asinine demands on stuff, they are allowing him to fumble his way forward and encourage him. Like, when he said that NATO needed to up their spending, valid statement to make. That was an actual good thing that I agreed with and a lot of people across the globe agreed with. The problem was how he went about it. Hey, NATO, you guys should up your spending. And then he gets a little pushback and he goes, fuck it, I'm just going to leave NATO then. And everyone goes, whoa, hold on. But the problem is the fact that everyone went, yeah, shit, maybe we should up our spending, and then agreed to that. They've now validated his actions. They've told him that what he did caused that, and that it was okay to do it. He's okay to do stupid shit like that in the future, which is what leads to shit like Greenland. Have you seen anything about Trump's building getting seized by a judge?
His whole life that way.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But look, objectively, it seems to work for him, right?
But the problem is, just because the crazy person gets validated because people are afraid to do something wrong or misstep doesn't make them right. Like, the problem I'm having is he's failing successfully. He's getting to the right conclusion for all the wrong reasons. That's what I have a problem with. The result is good. The way he got there and the reasons he got there are absolute horseshit and should never have happened. If we had a more diplomatic and articulate president, we'd probably be able to get to the same conclusions without making asses out of ourselves. Like,
you have more diplomatic. You've had so many more diplomatic presidents, and it's never.
But times have changed. It's never the same during those periods. I wouldn't have expected someone like Obama or Bush to be looking at something like the passage up by Greenland. I wouldn't have expected Obama or Bush to be dealing with stuff like the IRGC facilitating stuff in Latin America with Hezbollah because it wasn't as prevalent then. I wouldn't have.
What about calling out NATO for their spending? Because that's been happening under. That was happening under. Clinton, Obama,
but
Bush,
at the time, guess what we didn't have?
What?
Russia actually saying, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to do what I want. We didn't have that. We had minor instances of that, but we didn't have them launching a full-scale invasion of a country.
Georgia?
Yes, but those were different and minor at the time, and the rest of the world was focused on the Middle East at the time. Crimea happened under Obama, and Obama did respond directly by levying sanctions and also sending in Green Berets. You know Anger Tab, right?
Yeah.
Did you know Anger Tab was the first team that was on the ground in Ukraine and literally set up the current Ukrainian Special Forces program? He set it up and ran it. He ran the first few classes.
I knew he'd been there, but I didn't know that. No.
He was the first. I think it was like within 2 or 3 days of Russia invading Crimea and the Donbass, he was on the ground in Ukraine.
But was he there as a Green Beret or like?
Yeah, no. He went there in accordance with the Budapest Memorandum, where we were helping out Ukraine, and we helped set up their current Special Forces program, tore their current program down to the ground, and rebuilt it. He started from scratch.
Give me a minute. Sorry.
What's your opinion on Israel's actions as a foreign ally? What actions? You got to be a bit more specific there. He could build more military presence in Greenland without annexation. That's true, but it also doesn't entirely get the goal that we want. So, like, there is a valid argument for that, Divine, because we do have an agreement that we've had since Denmark, since World War II, that literally allows us to reopen any single one of our military bases that we had there, that we've ever had there and previously closed, and just build it up. The problem is that means that we would have to be the ones spending money. If we could bully the other countries into doing it on their own, or have them just give us shit and then still make them do it, that saves us money, which is Trump doesn't want to spend the money on that. Again, he's failing successfully. He's getting to the right conclusion for the wrong reasons. Hey, Sandberg. What's your opinion on Israel stealing and claiming of their own hummus? Okay, declaring their arsenal of nuclear weapons to the rest of the world, I believe, since the 60s? What hang on, how do you go from what's your opinion on Israel's actions as a foreign ally and then them not declaring their arsenal? What action about that? What about it? They're asking if do I like that they haven't declared anything positive, affirmative, or negative? This is why you were paying so much to NATO for your own upkeep on your bases. No, that's not how NATO expenditure works. Wait, and Europe has to worry about Putin, Trump's puppet master. We can be fighting both? You think the EU would be able to fight Russia and America at the same time? What? What difference does declaring it do? They've never used it against nations they're constantly attacked by. Yeah. Elena, I'm sorry, but if you think that the EU in its current state could beat both, fucking even just America, you're fucking dreaming. I'm sorry. We would walk fucking circles around you. Trump's whole doctors move fast and break shit, and it's working. Y'all gotta stop this motherfucker. It's fucking divine. People need to stop caving into this man. Force him to be diplomatic.
How long do you think France's one aircraft carrier would survive if the EU ever went to war with
We
the
have
US?
beaten
That'd be
America
funny.
in war games. Okay, Elena, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a shock here. When the United States plays war games, we quite literally cripple ourselves, which we don't require of anyone who plays war games with us. What that means is essentially tying both hands behind someone's. You tell your son to get it. You and your son show up to a bar. There's a bar fight going on, and you tie both your hands or your son's hands both behind his back, and you say, "Get in there, kid," and you shove him in, and you see how he does. The United States will go into war games where we have, okay, the scenario is, okay, half your planes are down, you're low on ammunition, your comms are down, and your engine's running at half capacity. Good luck. Like, I've participated in war game stuff. We do that to ourselves. We do that even when we're training amongst ourselves. We put ourselves in the worst case scenario possible to see how we would fare and see what improvements we would make in the worst case scenario. Beating America in a war game where we are crippling ourselves and literally kneecapping ourselves, that is not a flex, because we still almost win every time. With degraded capabilities, we still almost win.
Russian asses.
Don't forget, Anthony, Russia won World War II, and they are technically part of Europe. So,
oh my god, cool. Then we'll dog walk their ass at the same time. But Yelena said that the EU could fight Russia and America and win at the same time. Democrats and opposition are such gradual and procedure addicts, slow to the point of enabling. Yeah, well, the problem is the right is taking part in sensationalism and knowing that they can use essentially just staying relevant in the media to further their gains. I can't even send a request to you. Yeah, I know. It's pretty fucked right now, Golda. The lives are fucked today still. I know you can't see, Nick. NATO has twice as many soldiers as the U.S. Okay, again, like I said earlier in the live, soldiers is not the same as infantry or fighting forces or even the same capabilities. That's not how that works. You have 1 million soldiers. About less than a third of those, maybe a quarter of those, are actual fighting forces.
I'm still in shock that you let me get away with saying that Russia won World War II. That was sloppy.
Oh, I thought you were making a joke.
I was.
Yeah, that's why I laughed at it, because we had the discussion, or you weren't here for it, but we had that discussion earlier. For those that don't know, Russia still teaches their civilians to this day that World War II started 2 years after the actual start date. They teach that it didn't, in fact...
It was the Great Patriotic War.
Yeah, the Great Patriotic War. They don't teach that World War II started when they invaded Poland with Germany at the same time and held joint military parades. They teach it started when Germany double-crossed them and attacked them. They also teach that the West basically did nothing, and they've even erased Stalin's own personal quotes where he talks about how the Soviet Union would have fallen if it weren't for the United States and our industrial might, and how we literally saved their ass and provided a fuck ton of their equipment. They've erased that completely. They teach that World War II was solely the Soviets, especially the Russian people, that they are the reason the Nazis no longer exist. That they are the only ones who did anything and the only reason the war was won. Yes, Golda, they teach that the war didn't start until they got double-crossed. Again, wench, that doesn't change anything. Having more soldiers doesn't mean you win. That's not how that works. Iraq had the third largest military in the world when we fucking steamrolled their ass in a couple days in 91. And Russia teaches that Finland attacked Russia without provocation. That is also true. So why has America never won a war by themselves? They have always had to help.
More targets.
I mean, why has America had to come in and help so many people? More soldiers, more targets, yeah.
In the age of drones and what have you, more soldiers really doesn't mean much, does it?
Yeah, they intervened when Germany invaded Poland while the West allowed it. Intervened, you say?
Did they intervene with a peace treaty with Germany? Is that how they intervened?
You know, man, those Soviet and German officers standing there having a joint military parade in Poland kind of disproves the claim you just made. That's weird. I mean, again,
It's like
this is kind of the revisionist history that I'm talking about, Divine. The Soviet Union quite literally invaded Poland with Germany under the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. This whole thing of, oh, it was just non-aggression. They weren't allies. Bullshit. They literally invaded together.
it was also a peace treaty. So you're saying that they intervened by signing a peace treaty is kind of weird.
Yeah.
Do you remember all the times you would bring up like who were the good guys in World War II, and they go, yeah, but they didn't target civilians. Yeah, might want to go talk to the people in Dresden.
I don't know. I didn't know. Is that so? I don't like the post-Lenin USSR anyways. I could believe it, honestly. Opportunistic punch. Yeah, no, so Germany and the Soviet Union kind of had the same mentality, was someone's going to piss off the other side and they're going to fight. I'll just wait until that side gets shit stomped into the ground and then I'll come in and take over. Germany just happened to be the one that did it first. Germany was convinced that the Soviets would piss off everyone and people would probably attack the Soviets. The Soviet Union was convinced, they were right, that Germany would piss off the West first, and then Germany would get into a big war with the West, and the Soviet Union would come in and clean up and take power after that. The problem is the Soviet Union apparently was not expecting that Germany would attack them as well. They were both opportunistic as fuck.
They definitely weren't expecting it because Stalin did a massive purge just before they got invaded. Like all the junior officers were on the front lines. They didn't have anyone senior.
Yeah. Americans wait till last minute then claim victory. Well, America was kind of isolationist in both world wars until someone decided to piss us off. We were definitely opportunistic too. We sold shit to a lot of people. I believe Stalin thought H wasn't going to do anything until after the West was dealt with. No, if you read the stuff that goes back and forth with memoirs and the Soviet generals and the analysts from back then, their take was that basically the Germans would eventually probably succeed, or they might get defeated, but it would come to a point where everyone who was left was so weak that the Soviet Union could just like steamroll the way across. That was what they were hoping for. They basically mutually destroy each other to a point where the Soviet Union can just walk on through and go, well, you're dead now, this is mine. Barbarossa took Stalin by massive surprise. I'd have to look back at what his exact quotes were from that. Too bad they renamed Stalingrad. That's what they're hoping for this time too? Yeah, I mean, it kind of is. That's what Russia does. They use ideological subversion and push stuff from other countries to try and interfere and make the West eat itself alive so that they can take over afterwards. I mean, that's kind of what Reagan was alluding to in his Rendezvous with Destiny speech. He talks about how the Soviet Union was waiting for the Americans to become so defeated and destroyed from within that by the time they ask for the U.S. to surrender, by the time they fight the United States, people will surrender without a shot being fired, because at that point we'll be so morally defeated from within that we have no fight left. It's still only showing 20,000 likes on my end. What the fuck is this? Hello to the 150 people. If your live looks fucked because this app is dog shit right now because we're on Oracle servers, go ahead and click on the link tree in my bio and you can go over to Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube and watch the stream on those platforms, and it looks much better. Although I don't know why my camera quality is different there. It's a different filter, maybe? I don't know. Who's on the panel? I can't see. Nick is on the panel.
Hello, everyone. I know you can hear me, but you can't see me. Yes, he went into a state of delirium because he knew he'd just fucked himself with the purge. And his military was completely not prepared for a sustained conflict.
The fake Nick or the real Nick? The apparently British Nick. Oh, Jesus Christ. We went from 150 to 170 viewers, then I just watched it plummet to 100. What the fuck? What even is this app?
Yeah. Well, people are obviously getting frustrated if they can't request and they can't see.
They're all gonna flood to YouTube. Come on.
Are
Oh,
you
wait.
serious? You can see the chat in YouTube and
Yeah. Oh, Nick, you're bugging out. Oh, wait, there's someone else who's trying to come up. Let's see if it'll... Wait, the last 3 people I tried to accept on the panel, it didn't let them up. Let's see if this person can come up.
Hello?
Hello, Sherlock.
Hello.
Holy shit, you connected. Oh my god. It's a sign. What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
So I have a question about the situation in Iran.
What's up?
I heard that Trump is sending some kind of help or something, but we don't see anything yet. Do you have any further information on this, or could you please elaborate?
I'll say that stuff is obviously going to be going on behind the scenes, and planning takes time, especially when it comes to military actions. So, hey, I'm going to send help doesn't mean, hey, I'm going to start dropping bombs immediately or start dropping weapons to people immediately. Stuff takes planning and time, and unfortunately, that's the reality of the situation. I know a lot of people were very upset when Trump on 2 separate occasions said, help us on the way, and there wasn't, like, immediate help or results within the first 48 hours. It's just the reality of how things work. Equipment has to be moved into the vicinity, stuff has to be prepared, planning has to be done, and then the action can finally be taken. And even then, you may not see the results for a while, and it also depends on what action we end up taking. It could be anything from dropping bombs, to dropping weapons, to putting people on the ground, to targeted infiltrations. It could be any multitude of things, and some of those things the public would not even know about until after it's happened already.
What about Israel? What's your take on I mean, obviously, there are some Mossad agents on the ground. I believe that's
Yeah, I
pretty
mean,
much common knowledge.
they're probably 100%. I mean, they've admitted they've got people on the ground. Like they straight up admitted it. They're probably helping at least right now in an information space capacity, like intelligence. Like, hey, there's people hiding in this building. IRGC's hiding here. Hey, heads out, the IRGC's heading in. But they're probably not going to be openly exposing themselves and what they're doing. There's another, again, whole multitude of things they could be doing behind the scenes. But it's yet to be seen. All we know for sure is that they've advertised and openly admitted they do have people on the ground, at least working in an intelligence capacity. Also, Nick, do you have another device with you right now that you can look at?
No, I'm teleporting right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I will show this. So, on my other monitor, this is kind of what the stream looks like. Oh, that fucked up. God damn it. This is what the stream looks like. So you can see, this is my view. I see the different chats on the right side of my screen. But you see a camera here. You see the guest boxes here. I've got spaces for 6 people. The Twitch, Twitter, or the TikTok chat is here on the left. And the Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube chat is here on the right. You see my screen share up here on the right, which is like Inception right now. And then you see the stuff on the bottom. So that's what it looks like on
That'd
my
be
screen.
good, like on a big tablet.
Mm-hmm.
That, yeah, it looks.
Are you
very
live
clean.
streaming from your computer? Yeah, so on my computer for TikTok, I'm using TikTok Live Studio because it's the only way you can interact with guests. And for Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, I'm using Streamlabs multi-streaming. Yeah.
Also, Sherlock, don't forget. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Don't forget, like, even though the US just did something really crazy with Venezuela, they were building forces up for what, like 6 weeks, a month.
We were there for a while.
Near Venezuela before they actually did anything. You know, when the ships first arrived, it was the same thing. Everyone was talking about it, or the whichever was it the Ford, the Joe La Ford task force, was had arrived at Venezuela, imminent strikes, and then he waited for a month before anything happened. I know the Iranians don't have a month, but you also can't rush these things, so I don't know.
I mean, there's also things going on with the Kurdish forces trying to penetrate areas. Like, there's all sorts of stuff going on the ground that we probably won't see. We probably won't get wind of anything actually happening until it's either immediately happening in that moment or long after it's already done. That's just the sad reality of it.
Scott, I've got another question. Basically, we know that there is a window of opportunity and it's not gonna stay open forever. How long, in your opinion, is going to stay open like this?
That actually is probably going to depend on the behavior of the forces that the IRGC has called in for help. So we know that at least 5,000 fighters have entered in from Iraq, and another 5,000 are on their way. They've probably crossed by now. That's 10,000 militiamen who are acquiescing at the request of the IRGC, meaning like the IRGC has asked for help and they've said, okay, we're on the way. But a lot of them are also very aligned with ISIS. And ISIS doesn't necessarily get along with the IRGC. If those people get there and they realize, man, the IRGC isn't as strong as they're claiming they are, why don't we step in? There's nothing that stops them from overwhelming the IRGC themselves. There's going to be a massive power vacuum, and how fast that power vacuum kicks off depends on how those forces that have come in to help assess the situation. They could just say, fuck it, not listen to anyone, just start slaughtering everyone left and right, including IRGC members. We don't know yet.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
They're also, a lot of these forces are also devout Shia Muslims, though, fundamentalists. So I don't know if that's so likely. Maybe some of them, but others will definitely be more aligned with the Ayatollah. He's like a messenger from God for them.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Shia aligned groups, but ISIS is
Yeah, ISIS is definitely
no,
there.
ISIS is Sunni. I always get them mixed up. No, ISIS is Sunni though, but a lot of the people within these militias are ISIS aligned. Even if they're not inherently Sunni or not inherently ISIS, they're ISIS aligned. Meaning, if they just want fucking chaos and they want to divide shit up and make their own power grab, there's nothing stopping them from doing that. Like, even right now, we've seen ISIS-aligned groups that have come to help the IRGC assassinating IRGC leaders. Like, Nick, do you remember that video of the former IRGC intelligence officer in chief of police who got assassinated while he was driving his little BMW?
Yeah.
That was ISIS. ISIS claims responsibility for that attack. That was an armed ISIS group that was able to get into the country and start taking out IRGC leaders. I expected that to happen. I was not expecting it to happen that fast.
I thought that was played by Messiah. Oh no, I'm thinking of a previous one. No, you're right.
I know this was ISIS. ICE are acting like the IOF. Okay, bud. Why are Shias not part of ISIS? Different ideologicals or different ideologies. The chosen ones are eliminating people. Hey, Taserk, who are the chosen people you're referring to? Who are these chosen people? Go ahead and say it. Extremists largely ignore actual scripture.
Facial features?
Extremists largely ignore actual scripture. Sad how they often equated with Islam. Actually, you cannot name me a single thing that these Islamic terrorist groups have done that Muhammad didn't do himself. They are quite literally the fundamentalists, meaning following the text to the letter. They're not misconstruing the text. They're not like... They're very honest about what they're doing and why they do it. They are following in line with the text word for word. I don't understand where this revisionist fucking histories come in, where Islam is now this super fucking peaceful religion that's never done anything wrong, and if you do any violence against anyone who's not Muslim, it's not a representation of Israel. Israel, the chosen... Hey, Israeli is a nationality, Taser. Israeli is a nationality. Israeli does not mean chosen. So who are these chosen people you're referring to? Just say it with your chest, bud.
You must be talking about the Catholics. They think they're the chosen people, don't they?
Allah says the Muslims will unite with the Christians and fight the devils. That is absolutely not what Muhammad says in any capacity. Muhammad says the Muslims will fight the Christians and the Jews and do not take them as friends. Muhammad says that Muslims who've done bad things and go to Jahannam will be replaced with the Muslim and a Jew, or with a Christian and a Jew to take their place. What are you talking about? Israel is fighting the Christians, Muslims, and Jews? What the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit. I love how if these people actually talk to like sheikhs and imams that are actually experts in Islam, they'd call them idiots. Like, these people would be called morons.
I think the problem is that these people aren't called morons enough. There's no consequence. There's no shame to being objectively moronically stupid.
I mean, it's literally in the hadiths that the Muslims will fucking slaughter all the Christians and Jews. Allah knows best. Hey, Taserk, I have a question for you. Because everyone keeps telling me that the only reason that Israel has doing what they're doing to Gaza is because the United States is helping them. The United States is so strong. Would you agree, T-Circ? Because if so, I have a follow-up question. Again, everyone keeps telling me on the pro-Palestinian side that the only reason Israel is able to do what they're doing is because of America. When are we going in on Iran? I can't stop watching the flights. Bro, when it happens, you ain't going to see the flights. Sadly, as long as Israel is infiltrated, our governments will... T-Circ, answer the question. Answer the question. Yes, America has hijacked the unalived JFK. Sure, that's also not true. So, if America is the reason that Israel is so successful in what they're doing to Gaza right now, it leaves you with two options. Everything is the will of Allah, right? So, either Allah wants what's happening to Gaza and allows this because it's Allah's will, or America's stronger than Allah. Which one is it? Which one is it? They unalived JFK. Cool. Prove it. Allah gave us free will. Gave you free will to get your ass kicked in a war? What degrees you have? Guessing you have masters of all the info you know.
Will? I thought everything was Allah's will.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Most of my experience is on the ground stuff and on the job training. So, like for the Marine Corps, I went to Marine Corps courses for doctrine development and had to learn about all the stuff when it comes to the intricacies of different battlefields, different countries, their geopolitics, how they operate, the local conditions, enemies' capabilities and assets and everything, how they function. And then also my geopolitical work as an advisor and as a consultant has been branched off of that, where I've got most of my experience dealing with people. I do a lot of private consulting and advisory work, so with people in Congress and in the Senate, and private companies. They also ignore the 5 pillars, which is crucial as fuck in Islam. They don't ignore the 5 pillars. What, Nick?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. You're actually really, well, for me, you're coming across really quiet.
It's been doing that for the panel. It doesn't do that for the guests, but it does that for you on the panel. I don't know why. Can't fix it. TikTok's been broken.
And not everyone on the panel either, I think. But Divine was talking about how women get treated and that they're not treated like property in Islam, like the extremists say. But Divine, are you okay with silence being taken as consent? Like, is that your idea of consent? Silence? How about a religion that promotes, right, elderly men to court young girls? What about a religion where a father can give consent on behalf of his daughter? Are all of these things okay with you?
Wait, do you believe the Holocaust never happened? Do you, T-Circ? Do you think the Holocaust never happened? KB, I've worked with a lot of think tanks. Again, a lot of it is learned on-hand experience or on-the-job experience, which does kind of act to my detriment because I don't have specific degrees in specific fields. It kind of turns people off from working with me. But my work kind of speaks for itself, and that helps me out a lot of the times where I'll have personal references from people in the industry who know what they're doing, and know that I know what I'm talking about. But I'm working towards the degree stuff. It's just I don't have fucking time with my primary job schedule right now. Do you believe the I know it happened. It's happening now in Gaza. Not 6 million Jews. I think that's exaggerated. Okay, so you're just a Holocaust denier, Taster. Okay. So again, the reason why I asked you earlier when you said the chosen people, you could have just not been a coward and said it with your chest that you were referring to Jews. Oh shit, Sherlock's still here. Sherlock, before I drop you, do you have any other questions? Going once? Going twice? Out of here. Thank you for coming up, Sherlock. How many likes does it show the stream at, by the way? It still shows 20,000 for me. Up. 31.9k. Fuck, guys, quick, let's get it to 50,000. You're not that smart as you spell the word "your" incorrectly. Good job, Taserk. Good job. Oh my god. You can't make this shit up. You can't see your guests or the requests. Yeah, TikTok's super fucking scuffed because in America we switched over to Oracle servers and they absolutely fucked everything up. So we've got Nick on the panel and half the guests can't see him and half the guests also can't request up. We're doing great. Mary, was your account made in America though? Because if it's made in America, you're still pinging off of US servers, even if your connection is through Australia.
Motherfucker. Hold on a sec.
Oh yeah, get fucked then, Mary. You're one of us. You know, this I just love it that America's had control of the app for a total of like 24 hours and we have absolutely butt fucked it, not fixed anything. I think CapCut is still down as well. Sloppy server swap. Yeah, I have a feeling nobody tested the viability of it and no one did load testing. I bet you they weren't prepared for the load. That's what she said. You keep getting the same videos on your FYP? Yeah, me too. Likes aren't saving. If you share a video, it sometimes will come up as unavailable, even though it's posted already. Favorites aren't saving. Messages aren't going through. Videos aren't being shown to the FYP. Oh, there goes Nick. Videos are also being immediately disqualified from the FYP or FYP and sometimes immediately being removed. Yeah, it's pretty fucked. Opinion on the Pretty shooting? Unlawful shooting. Some of us lost our coins. You lost your coins? Oh shit, I should check on that. Did I lose my coins? I had like 40,000. Coach lost 500 coins. Coach should do something about that. Where do I see my coins? Oh. Balance. I lost like $40 in coins. Oh shit. Well, shit. Highway robbery. It's a robbery. All good, Nick. He's waiting to see if it comes back. He should put it in a ticket. The ticket's probably not going to go through. Dude, even the bands are fucked right now. Like, the actual support system, mega fucked. What are my thoughts on the Board of Peace? I think it's one of those good initiative, bad judgment. Or good initiative, bad execution, or bad judgment. So, like, I get the point of it and why they're doing it. Like, they want to show the, you can kind of invalidate the UN. Because, I mean, let's be real. The UN's a fucking joke. They virtue signal and they're useless. And some of the voting is fucking pointless. Like, why should, on the rotating councils, for example, why does a vote from Iran or China or North Korea as the head of the Human Rights Council count the same as literally any other country on that council who doesn't have massive human rights violations? Why the fuck are those votes the same? And why the fuck is that person now at the head for a short, even if it's a short period of time? It's a fucking joke. I mean, I've personally seen the UN conduct themselves on the ground in Ukraine when I was there, and they were fucking useless. They did nothing. And this was a team that was sent to investigate possible war crimes by Russia and check on the conditions of the civilians. So the idea is that, like, you can have local governing bodies or local authorities essentially come together and meet for specific things and then convene to settle everything and then fucking, boop, we're done afterwards. and that you would be the authorities on enforcement. You don't need a unifying body that is always there and always present, always making useless virtue signaling votes. Now, the problem I have with it is the execution of it, where you have to pay this exorbitant amount of money, and also we're allowing countries like Russia. Why? Why the fuck are we letting countries like Russia in on something like that when they are actively against us and actively fund and conduct hybrid warfare against us on a daily basis? Why the fuck are we working with them? U.S. and NATO members have so little human rights violations. I mean, I must have missed where in a NATO country an entire regime was forcing the religion of Islam, or even any religion, on an entire population and slaughtering women for refusing to wear certain clothing. I must have missed where an entire religion is getting shoved into literal concentration camps because they view that religion as a mental illness. I'm like, are we serious here? What does that money go to? Fuck if I know. A giant fucking gold podium for each member. So your only issue with the Board of Peace is the veto power only held by the U.S. Yeah, the veto powering thing is also weird, because, like, what's the point of a board of members if, like, I get if we have the strongest say, if maybe, like, let's say America's vote counts for 3 votes, like, kind of like when you have stocks versus shares, shareholders have certain powers based on the amount of shares they have and the power of those shares versus stockholders and all that stuff. I get if you're the founding member and the lead member, your vote having more weight, but if you are the sole vetoing power or the only ones whose counts, that's kind of dumb. Kind of, but just look at Canada. Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't make member states give him gifts to join. Fuck, who knows? The fucking $1 or $1 billion is probably the gift. He does a lot of stupid shit. Again, the man somehow successfully fails his way upward. He comes to all the right conclusions for all the wrong reasons. And I fucking hate that. That's a good song. He must have missed Vietnam, Korean War, Chechen Massacre, Libya, Somalia, the Benghazi side. And, well, you're not gonna like this. Definitionally speaking, there is no genocide in Gaza. Definitionally speaking, because genocide is a legal term set in place by the Genocide Convention of 1948, does not meet the criteria for genocide. You could be unhappy about what's happening, you'd be upset about it, but that doesn't make it a genocide. I just started explaining it like that. Yeah, you try it. If Israel controlled TikTok, it would not glitch. Dude, by the way, I love that there's a bunch of people on the left-leaning side of TikTok right now that, as everyone is having the issues, everyone is having fucked up service in America, left-leaning creators are making it entirely about them and saying, oh my god, they've already done it, they're silencing my voice on the left, I'm not allowed to speak because I'm a left-leaning creator, they hate the left, they're silencing us, while getting millions upon millions of views on those videos claiming they're being silenced. Failing upwards is so real. Like, exactly, like, that's the only way I can describe it. The man is failing upward. Like, the perfect example I give is when Trump wanted NATO to give more spending, more of their GDP spending for their individual militaries and stuff, and up it from 2% to 5%, and even called out the fact that there was only 23 countries already even hitting the 2% expenditure. He's not wrong. NATO countries need to put forth more of their GDP spending to their militaries for NATO capable units, or units capable of being used in NATO combined operations. That is an accurate thing. That he was right about that. Multiple people have said that in the past. It wasn't just him. He was right with that. The proper way to go about that was not to go, well, if you don't do it, I'm just going to fucking leave NATO and let you guys get attacked. That was fucking asinine. And unfortunately, everyone was like, oh, I don't want to spend more on NATO. Then he goes, well, I'm going to leave. And they go, whoa, hold on. Maybe he's got a point. You just enabled him. Yes, again, he was right in the first statement. He was wrong in the second statement, but you enabled him, and now he is emboldened and will continue to do bombastic bullshit like that. I believe that Israel is committing ethnic compulsion, but not genocide. I haven't seen anyone use compulsion for that before. That's an interesting take. If I'm able to go live tonight, that'd be interesting to discuss. I'm curious on your opinion on the U.S. and Iran. I have my own opinion, but I don't have your experience. To put it bluntly, Iran, although they don't directly engage us in warfare, like put warheads on foreheads and kinetic strikes, they actively facilitate and participate in hybrid warfare against the United States, and they have for the last few decades. They actively work to undermine us. They actively use social media propaganda, infiltration, smuggling, all sorts of things that go against American interests, facilitating the capabilities of our allies to circumvent sanctions, facilitating the transfer of material assets, oil, military components, and equipment. Fuck them. When the IRGC falls, the people of Iran can finally take back their country and not have Islam forced upon them. I will not shed a single fucking tear for any member of the IRGC. Their expertise is the right move for the Persian people to strike Iran, aware of the regime. I mean, I would love for the Persian people to take charge of Iran. The problem is there's a lot of people that are a little bit overzealous and don't really realize how fucked a regime change is going to be, regardless of how hopeful the people are and how many people want the Shah. A regime change is never going to be smooth. A lot of people are going to die. It's going to get really fucking bad before it gets better. For the Persian people, I mean, the problem is, what do you strike? Where do you strike? Why do you strike it? The United States could strike IRGC targets, but what does that actually accomplish? Is it symbolic? Is it strategic? Does it actually accomplish anything? All of that stuff has to be weighed. 80% being civilian casualties is totally not G-side. Schools, hospitals, and homes are totally valid. Okay, so can you cite me the sources as 80% of the deaths are civilians? Because one, you got to differentiate between civilians and casualties. I know a lot of people aren't educated on the topic, which is fair enough, but they conflate casualties with deaths. Deaths are a component of casualties. If we're talking about the deaths, we have about 70,000 deaths officiated by the Gaza Ministry of Health. The Gaza Ministry of Health, who openly admits they have not differentiated civilians to combatants in this entire war. The Gaza Ministry of Health, which has openly shown their own publicly available publishings every single month on a monthly basis, that they have stopped counting natural deaths since the start of the war. Prior to the war in 2023, they had anywhere from 500 to 1,200 deaths per month on average for natural causes. They've recorded less than 10 of those since the war started. That takes out a massive chunk of that fucking death toll. And granted, I know natural deaths are going to drop during a wartime, especially because you can now associate a lot of those deaths most likely with indirect war deaths, because they wouldn't be dying necessarily by direct actions or kinetic force or ammunition being dropped on them, but maybe they died because they couldn't get to their medication or they couldn't get to a hospital or something. Those would be indirect deaths. But all of that stuff is still getting added to the death toll, including people that are killed by Hamas. People that have been killed by Hamas on video and have been named have been added to the death toll that the Gaza Ministry of Health has publicly published. From what I understand, the Iranian people want the United States to help them right now, but military... the Persian people who are protesting definitely want our help, but, I mean, they're just desperately grabbing for anything right now. They would love for us to, drop weapons, just start bombing IRGC left and right, but it has to be strategically done. Also, since you mentioned schools, hospitals, and homes, when a enemy combatant force who conducts guerrilla warfare embeds themselves within a civilian population, conducts warfare from civilian populated areas, those places lose protected status, and that doesn't mean that homes even had protected status. According to the Geneva Convention, there's 4 protected class status of buildings. There's places of worship, hospitals, education facilities, and aid facilities. All 4 of those protected class buildings lose protected status the second they're used for any military purposes whatsoever. Now, technically speaking, a single Hamas fighter walking into a hospital and firing out of a window at an IDF convoy would mean they've lost protected status for that building. Now, that doesn't mean, though, just go bomb the whole building. Everything's a case-by-case basis. But you're using Wikipedia as a snapshot. Okay. So this is the Gaza snapshot page. This is from OCHA and UNRWA, the group set aside by the United Nations literally for the Palestinian refugees. Only refugee group in the world that has their own UN section, by the way. So this is the most recent snapshot, January 21st. If we scroll down, the reported casualties, which is injuries and deaths, is 171,000. People don't talk about that number, though, because one casualty could mean anything from stubbing your toe to you got some shrapnel in you, but you're alive. But it also includes deaths. The number that people report, though, is 71,550 deaths. That is the official death toll in Gaza, while only 67,173 of them have been confirmed. The source for this is quite literally the Gaza Ministry of Health. And again, the Gaza Ministry of Health has openly stated that they do not differentiate civilians from combatants. So this is, coming from Gaza, the official death toll. Also, yeah, if you're looking at the Wikipedia stuff for what's going on in Gaza, there's an actual lawsuit going on showing that there has been a concerted effort to ban people from the platform who are updating with accurate sourcing information. Like, if you go to the death toll in Gaza on the Wikipedia page and you try to add this link, and it has to get it as, because you can't just straight up edit Wikipedia anymore and then it just goes up there automatically. There's people that have the authorization, the approval to approve that edit. If you go on there right now and you have a Wikipedia account and you try to update that page with this link to verify deaths, you will get banned. There is about 30 accounts currently in Wikipedia that are authorized to make changes and approve changes to the pages regarding Israel and Gaza and the war, and they ban people left and right. There's an actual lawsuit going on about it right now because there's been proof that there's a systematic effort to actually stop people from updating with accurate information. Like, if you actually go to the page of what happened on October 7th, they don't call it a terrorist attack. They don't talk about all the civilian death tolls and the intentional targeting of civilians. Qatar and IRGC have money in many things. Yeah. Setting up a sniper nest in a church before I would do that. Yeah, I mean, also literally launching rockets from on top of a school would also lose protected status. So is that an accurate toll? So based on historical data, the total death toll, the final death toll coming out of Gaza for any of their conflicts under Hamas has been relatively accurate. The Gaza Ministry of Health has been accurate in the total death toll. What usually happens, though, is after the conflict, when they differentiate who's civilians and combatants, you find out that it's way over proportion, overblown for who is a combatant and who is a civilian. It almost always comes out, I think it actually always has come out, that the number of combatants unalived has been verifiably false and demonstrably inaccurate when coming from the Gaza Ministry of Health. But they still at least do accurately count the total number. Same with the Baltic history and the government people on Wikipedia. Russia bots target and changes get banned. Yep, I've seen that as well. Back to Iran, I have no military background. I think we should help, but I have no idea what the legit legal framework would be. I mean, technically speaking, the president, according to the War Powers Act, is allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants with the military for about 60 days. I mean, the IRGC openly declared war on us anyways, multiple times. It's like, let me oblige. Boom. You wanted to declare war, get blown up now. All right, it's 7 a.m. now here in Texas. I don't know if we will be able to go live again tonight. I don't know how the fuck everything's going to work. Hopefully we do get to go live again tonight, as much as I would like to be back at work and making money. But follow me here if you haven't already. Click the link to my bio. Go to the other platforms, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Remember, we are live on all of those at the same time when we do stream, on the computer at least. And yeah, 60 days is a large window. It's 90 days in total. It's 60 days for military action anywhere in the globe and 30 days for withdrawal. What was the deciding factor? Ask the people that created the War Powers Act. But yeah, have a good night, everyone. Hopefully TikTok unfucks itself. Are you acquainted with Mideast Peace? Yes, he's a good friend. Great feat. All right, good night, everyone. Or good morning.